Good morning. Welcome to the December 10th State Board of Education meeting. Glad to have everyone here and everyone that's joining us in person and online. Glad to have you. If you would just join me very quickly for a moment of silence as we just take time to focus our thoughts and our heart on the reason why we do what we do, on the children and the students of Arkansas, and the privilege that we have to be involved in making sure that they get the education that they so deserve, and that will make Arkansas an even better state. So if you would join me for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. All right, first on the agenda, we have changes to the agenda. There was one item that needs to be added, so we'll need to take a vote on that, on whether or not to add it to the agenda. Do I see a motion? We have a motion by Steve Sutton to add an action item to the agenda. Do I have a second?
Wait, I'm sorry, what action item?
Okay, it was, let's see.
Is this the license issue?
Yes, it's the waiver,
Okay,
the
okay,
license.
okay.
Yes, sorry.
I'll second the motion.
Right. Okay, seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, I'll hand it, well, at the time when that needs to be talked about, we'll hand that over to Taylor Dugan.
Is he gonna have a hard copy for us?
I believe he said he did.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, yes. All right, so let's get to recognitions. So we have a great guest this morning. We have Miss Susanna Post, who is our Arkansas Teacher of the Year for 2021. Welcome. We're so glad to have you. And we have Miss Brandy Howell, who will present and let us know a little bit about our new Arkansas Teacher of the Year. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Key. My name is Brandy Howell, and I work in the Office of Educator Effectiveness, where I serve as the Arkansas Teacher of the Year Coordinator. I'm proud to say that our Teacher of the Year program is one of the most robust programs in the nation, because our Teachers of the Year are afforded a one-year paid sabbatical. They get to, as you see, get to serve as a non-voting member of the state board, and they get to travel throughout the state for various speaking engagements and attend different various events. We always select our Teacher of the Year a year in advance, because we don't want to pull teachers out of the classroom within the middle of the school year. And we also apply to the National Teacher of the Year program, and we like to take the time to prepare them for their upcoming year of recognition. As you know, we just recently announced Mrs. Susanna Post as our 2021 Arkansas Teacher of the Year, and I'm going to ask Joel to come and speak about her a little bit, and then introduce her.
Good morning, everybody. I'm really excited to get to introduce Ms. Post here today. And, you know, she is coming from Fort Smith, Bell Point Alternative Center, and teaches math and business there for grades 9 through 12. And, you know, she's a leader in and out of the classroom. She has been part of her Schools Guiding Coalition, has served as District Personnel Policy Committee member, is in their Aspiring Leaders Institute, and so many things. And then, you know, also getting the chance to go and visit her classroom was amazing, because on the day that we actually went as the committee, she had this incredible lesson planned out, and it was raining that day, and part of the lesson was a car show where students were going to actually get to see, and community members were going to be there. And well, it's raining, and no, you know, so plan B or plan C, whatever it was, and it just went off without a hitch. It was, and you see that teacher flexibility that you keep rolling. You keep students learning at high levels, which defines this year. But and we got to see that in action, and she's going to be just a wonderful asset to the Atoy family and to this board. She serves next year, and so we are delighted. Also, she is coming from, correct me if I'm wrong, but taught 1 year and then moved into a business career in the oil and gas industry, and then came back to teaching a few years ago, and is using those business experiences now in the classroom and relating that back to project and problem-based learning. So it is my honor to get to introduce our 2021 Arkansas Teacher of the Year, Miss Susanna Post.
Thank you, members of the board, and Senator/Secretary Key. I messed that up the first time that I met him because I was so nervous. So I joked with him this morning. He might just be Senator to me. It's such an honor to be with you. I don't know when this will sink in, but it has not yet. I can't believe I'm here. Let me begin with just expressing a little bit about my platform. When you apply for Teacher of the Year, you come up with a platform of what you would like to communicate across the state. And I think for every teacher's heart, especially right now, our biggest concern are these academic gaps, these achievement gaps that we're seeing in classrooms. Lots of educators have come up with various approaches that they think could be used to address those gaps. One of the most interesting that I read about was the opportunity gap. But here's my biggest drawback with that. I'm a mother of 3 children, and there are lots of opportunities that you could give to my 13-year-old that would have no meaning to him. And if any of you are parents and you've been to a parent-teacher conference, you know pretty quickly if that teacher knows your child or not, right? I have my son, Hayden, is 13, and then Hallie is 10, and Harper is 6. I went to a parent-teacher conference for Hallie, and this teacher, oh my goodness, y'all, she's incredible. She should probably be up here instead of me. Hallie had been unable to memorize this poem. Hallie is also a songbird. We have a local community theater that this child has already been pulled into at the age of 8. This teacher knew that she could connect with my child through music. And as soon as Hallie was given the opportunity, so we're back to that opportunity gap, right? To sing her poem, rather than just to recite it, she got a 100. So because that teacher knew my child and knew about her musical abilities, they connected. So from those achievement gaps, let's step back to the opportunity gaps, and what I feel like is so important to be communicated that comes one step before that is the empathy gap. When you don't know your kids, you don't know what opportunities they need. And once we can close that empathy gap, we can start addressing the opportunity gaps and then hone in on these achievement gaps, which I have to say are increasing right now because of the current situation that we find ourselves in. I don't know what it looks like in every district across Arkansas right now, or even across all of Fort Smith. But I know in my building, when I look at what students are coming and what students are getting their work done and performing well in class, it seems to follow those same lines where we're already seeing gaps. The socioeconomic lines, the race lines, and that kind of breaks my heart. But also, I think that we have an incredible opportunity ahead as Joel finishes out his year, and then as I get to step in and serve you, to really focus on that empathy gap, to see what opportunities we then need to present to the kids of Arkansas, to where we're going to be able to close those gaps more effectively on a year, and I'm talking about the next academic school year, that's following the crazy year that we find ourselves in right now. So I'm so thankful to be with you. I hope that my voice and my platform will serve you well, and I'm going to go get to work with Brandy. So thank you. It was so great to be with you this morning, and I look forward to serving you next year. Yes, I would love to. Okay, so I have two incredible supporters with me today. Dr. Morawski, who is freshly transitioning into superintendent of Fort Smith Public Schools. It's crazy for everyone right now, but especially for this man who is trying to go from, that second in command into running the entire district. And then this is Mr. Mahan, who actually began at Bell Point Alternative Center. I think you were in one position before that, but he knows alternative education as well. So I know the empathy gap is near and dear to his heart. But the fact that they both chose to come up here today and support me says a lot. And I think it says a lot about Fort Smith Public Schools. And hashtag FSPS proud.
All right, well, we're going to get some photos real quick. Congratulations to Ms. Post, and we look forward to serving with you in the future.
Before she leaves.
Yes.
I didn't get to come to your ceremony, but I just want to say congratulations, and I certainly see why the committee chose you. You're outstanding. I think your platform is going to represent our state well, and it just brings to mind for such a time as this. I think you're the right person, and I am looking forward to working with you, and welcome to the ATOY family.
I have to say, you just gave me goosebumps because for such a time as this, just plays on repeat in my mind right now.
Yeah,
So thank you.
yes.
Okay. Next, we have the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History, and Ms. Rachel Horn, Melissa Starkey will be presenting.
Good morning, Melissa Starkey, Learning Services.
Morning.
One of my favorite parts of being the social studies specialist is being able to present to you our Gilder Lehrman American History Teacher of the Year for Arkansas, Dr. Neil Oatsfall, who is here with us on Zoom. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the award itself and a little bit about Dr. Oatsfall. So, the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History is a nonprofit organization whose primary goal is to improve history education. Every year, Gilder Lehrman sponsors the National History Teacher of the Year Award, which recognizes K-12 teachers of American history across the country. Teacher nominations are completed on the Gilder Lehrman website, and once those recommendations are received, nominees are invited to complete the application, which includes a current resume, a letter of support, a statement of their philosophy of teaching, a sample lesson plan, a sample extended project, and you have to read through all of that. It ends up being about 25 to 30 pages long. The State Awards Committee then uses this application to evaluate candidates on their commitment to teaching American history, evidence of creativity and imagination in the classroom, and effective use of documents, artifacts, historic sites, oral histories, and other primary resources to engage students with American history. In the application, the letter of support is what always stands out to me. In this case, to see the impact Dr. Oatsfall has made time and time again, student after student, among his colleagues and in his community, is an awesome testimony to not just his ability to teach, but to lead and inspire others. And it's really unique because he is at the Arkansas School for the Math, Science, and the Arts. And so for a humanities teacher to really shine, I'm just so excited to be able to see that impact he has there and that passion he instills in his students. His impact goes beyond the classroom, as it was noted that he makes students think beyond the platitudes of American history and its defining events. Quite simply, he forces students to think critically and examine American history from multiple points of view. Further evidence of his impact can be found in the list of students supervised for their capstone research project and their topic units of study. He's truly created a learning environment where students have the support and encouragement to explore fascinating topics across the spectrum of social sciences. It made me feel like, even in my graduate school studies, I had not done enough. They have done such amazing research and work as high school students. It was very exciting. Dr. Oatsfall works to prepare students for the real world by teaching them to be critical thinking, civically engaged individuals, and that is the mark of an excellent teacher. So as Arkansas's Gilder Lehrman History Teacher of the Year, Dr. Oatsfall has received a $1,000 honorarium, and his school library will receive a core archive of history books and educational materials from the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History. Dr. Oatsfall will also be invited to a 2021 Gilder Lehrman Teacher Seminar, which is a week-long program that offers teachers daily discussions with eminent historians, visits to historic sites, and hands-on work with primary sources in different locations across the United States. In addition, he has been awarded with a lifetime membership to the Arkansas Council for the Social Studies. So again, I'm thrilled to be here today to celebrate Dr. Neil Oatsfall as our Gilder Lehrman American History Teacher of the Year for Arkansas. And since he's here on Zoom, if y'all would like to say anything to congratulate him or take one of those like screenshot selfies, feel free to do so. Thank you, Dr. Oatsfall. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Oatsfall, for your contribution and the impact that you're obviously making in your community with your students. Would you like to say something? Would you like to have any comments?
Just very briefly, I'd like to thank my director, Corey Alderdice at ASMSA, for nominating me, and Melissa for going through what I think were a lot of applications. I don't know why she chose mine, but I'm very appreciative. And also, really, I'm very thankful for my students who helped me be the teacher that I would like to be, and for my colleagues who I think we push each other every day. So it's a group effort, and I'm just very appreciative. So thank you to all of you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. All right, next we have our consent agenda. Do we have anything that needed to be discussed or pulled from the consent agenda?
I have a question on item 7.
Okay.
And I have a question on item 8.
Okay. All right, Ms. Newton, anything else? Anyone else? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Newton.
On item 7, I'm believing that this was a teacher-owned waiver again, and this is the second month in a row that we have received a very serious, what I consider serious, from a teacher-owned waiver. And so my question is not specifically about this one, but my question is on the ethics training. What's the difference in the ethics training that these teachers are receiving on waiver, how is it different from ones that are coming through a pre-service program? What are we missing that a pre-service, one that goes through a traditional pre-service program, what are we missing that these teachers might not be getting, or is there anything?
That's a great question.
Good morning, Carly Saraceni, Assistant Commissioner of Licensure and Educator Effectiveness.
Morning.
Chair, more members of the board, Mr. Secretary Key. When they're coming in on an Act 1240 waiver, that does not roll into the licensure or an EPP program. They're not going through an educator prep program. So what they would receive is what we provide for mentoring through our mentoring program and then at the local districts. And Amy Douglas and I have noted that this is happening, and we are trying to shore up how we can provide the ethics training to those Act 1240 waivers, because we don't always know in my department who those Act 1240 waivers are. And so we're trying to do a better job of getting that in our L system so that we can identify them and make sure that our mentoring is providing that training. Because right now it's when that's one of those required professional developments for a licensure, and since they're not going through that licensure program, they haven't had it at EPP.
Right, and so I felt like that was a link that we need to really address, because I don't want to see this keep happening.
Yes, and we've already talked about that, even talked about with the Deb Kaufman's group, is how we can make sure that we see who those Act 1240 waivers are, and also the charter waivers as well.
Okay. And do you know specifically what the prep programs, as far as ethics training, what they are going through before they reach the certification level?
Yes, we have been doing the Pro Ethica training through ETS Praxis.
Okay.
And it's very thorough, but Praxis is actually doing away with that, and we're trying to talk with them to see if we cannot take that over and embed that into our ideas.
Okay, all right, so that potentially could be available to these teachers. Is there what would we have to do in order to make that a requirement for 1240 waiver teachers? Because I know we've got a lot that are already there, or ones that are coming through the pipeline in the future. Would there have to be anything done on our part or legislatively to make that level of training required for a 1240 teacher?
I would have to look to legal for that. I do not think.
I'd have to look into it also.
Yes, I do not know, but we are ensuring that it's going to be put in the mentoring. And as a new teacher, an Act 1240 teacher as well, gets mentoring. Everyone is provided mentoring, so that's kind of what we've talked about, that we could put it in that wheelhouse to ensure everyone gets it.
When you start talking about my babies, and I used to have the babies in my classroom. Now I have a bigger set of babies. I want to do whatever we need to do to protect them.
Yes, and we understand that, and that's what we've already looked at. And Ms. Douglas is already in talks with Praxis of us taking over that and actually buying that program so that everyone has access to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saraceni. All right, Dr. Moore.
Every 6 months. But I don't know if Ms. Starkey, I have a question for you, I suppose. If you don't mind to. So when we approve the community service learning partner sites here, these are students who are participating in community service on school time by choice. Is that correct?
It's actually a little bit of both. The reason we do partner site applications for this is if students want to complete community service off of school grounds outside of school time without being supervised by a teacher, the site has to be approved by both their local school board and by the State Board of Education.
If there is, I think 2 of the proposals had some sort of religious programming. Is that something, what is the ramifications of that? And at that point, it is student choice to be working at that site. Is that correct?
It is, and a lot of times what they're just trying to do is to take the service that the students are already doing as a part of their church, and especially in smaller communities, that is a large outlet for student service. And so the local districts try to let that be a way for students to earn some of that service outside of school time.
Is there any requirements on reflection?
Yes, absolutely. So as a part of their district plan, they have to submit to us what the district is going to do in terms of helping students to identify where they want to serve And once they're doing that community service activity, students do have to complete some type of reflection as noted by their district. So in some districts, it's a written reflection. In some districts, they may just share out, create a slide deck. That's up to the district.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or anything else that needs to be pulled?
Madam Chair, I just want to make an announcement before y'all vote, since the report on newly employed promotions, separations is there monthly. There's one that I want to announce, or two that I want to talk about specifically that are not on here, but I wanted it to be, I wanted y'all to know before it actually made it to a report. So since transformation in July of 2019, one of the things that I've done with the leadership team is evaluate the structure of the department, not just the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education, but the department as a whole. But obviously that means if there are things in the division that need to be looked at, we wanted to make sure that we covered those as well. And one of the things that we know is that the growing workload that is encompassed in the K-12 world is something that we want to make sure we can continue to be proactive. And in this time of COVID, we've had to react a lot. But at some point, we're going to get to a point again where we can be proactive. And I see that coming sooner than later. One of the things that we have done recently is the governor has given me approval to create a second deputy commissioner position within the division. And so Stacy Smith is going to join Dr. Pfeffer, and they will be a fantastic duo of deputy commissioners. Stacy will lead the work of the Division of Learning Services and the Division of Public School Accountability, in addition to continuing leading the work of the Office of Coordinated Support and Service. So she is really expanding her role considerably, but I'm really excited about this. Stacy, as you know, is amazing professional, education professional. Dr. Pfeffer has been my right hand for over 3 years now, and the only deputy commissioner that I could get to stay with me since I've been in this role. But so now I have two dynamic ladies who are going to be helping lead this work. So I wanted to make sure you all knew that that is happening, or has happened, and is in process now. And also looking at HR as a shared service for all of the department. That's been an area that we knew we needed to get better. We have gotten a lot better, and the work that Ms. Chambers has helped us with, and others, I mean, it's grown to a point now where we feel like we have some really good HR systems set up. And we recently hired Talitha Leonard, who is an HR professional coming to us from UAMS, and she'll be joining the team in a couple of weeks to lead the HR work for all of the department. And I wanted y'all to know that, since it was not listed on your report today.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Smith. We'll know you continue to do even greater things than you're doing now. So, all right. So with that, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda. I have a motion by Ms. Newton, seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. All right.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
would you care? Things like this don't happen all that often. Could we applaud for these opportunities?
Absolutely,
that,
yes.
certainly.
Absolutely. It's a huge accomplishment. Okay, I feel like I missed something. Okay. All right, so we'll get into the action agenda. And first up, we have nominations for State Board of Education Vice Chair. As you might have noticed, we are missing one vital part of our team. Mr. Brett Williamson has decided to step down from his position on the State Board to focus more on his family and work that's going on right now. So we will definitely miss his presence and his point of view and the perspective that he brings to the board. But we have other members that are on the board that are available. So I will open the floor for nominations for a vice chair.
Curiosity, because I don't know, are there requirements, like a length of time on the board, being on subcommittees? I don't know.
As far as I know, I don't believe there is any sort of requirement as far as the length of time on the board or anything of that sort.
I'm not sure for vice
sure.
chair. I don't think so. I don't think there's.
Okay.
I would like to nominate Ms. Newton to be vice chair
Okay, so we have a nomination from Dr. Moore for Ms. Weta Newton to become our vice chair, and then it's seconded by Dr. Fitzhill. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations, Ms. Newton. It's a pleasure to have you as our vice chair. We know the experience and knowledge and in-depth study that you bring to the table. So congratulations, and we look forward to you serving as vice chair.
Thank you, board, for your confidence. I'll do my best to support our chair and support you in any way that I can. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to say something about Mr. Williamson before we move on. You know, the beauty of this board is if you look through the history of the board, it's always had a very strong cross-section of people from education or people from business, people from the community, you know, representing the diversity of the state of Arkansas. You know, when you can have somebody that is as highly qualified, former teacher, or I never should say former teacher of the year, forever teacher of the year like Ms. Newton, you know, somebody that who could step into that role and bring that perspective is fantastic. But I don't want to miss the opportunity to highlight Mr. Williamson and his role, his contributions to this board. I really wanted to try to talk him out of it, of resigning. But you know, talking to him, I certainly understand the family demands, the business demands. It is tough. This is a tough job. Nobody understands how tough a job this is until you have actually been in the seat, and you all are experiencing that now. So it's like your brother moving out of country to see Brett not be coming here anymore. So I'll miss him. I know y'all will too. But I just want to say how much I appreciate his service.
Definitely. He will be missed. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Then we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the consideration of 1240 waiver request for Atkins School District, and Ms. Tracy Webb will be presenting.
Good morning. The Atkins School District has requested a 1240 waiver for superintendent licensure. Right after school started this year, their superintendent passed away from COVID, so they appointed someone that was already on staff. He does not have a license, Mr. Darrell Webb, and I think he should be on the Zoom if you have any questions. I think they've already hired another licensed superintendent for the next school year, so they just need the waiver for this school year.
They also requested a waiver for the 178 days.
I'm so sorry. Yes, they are.
Okay, so
Yes.
my one question is that just for the day that they took off?
Yes, ma'am.
First, I want to express my sympathy to the district. I know this has been a very difficult time and a very difficult season for them, and just express my sympathy for them and appreciation for their hard work, and to you, Mr. Webb, for stepping in like you have. I know it's been a normally hard season, and this has made it even more difficult. So I move that we grant both waivers.
We have a motion by Ms. Newton. Have a second? Seconded by Mr. Sutton. Was that you? Okay. By Mr. Sutton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. I too want to echo that sentiment. My condolences go out to the Atkins School District community and the families, and to everyone that is experiencing this loss. And thank you, Mr. Webb, for stepping in and taking those responsibilities along with everything that's going on right now. So we're praying for your strength and praying for the Atkins School District and community. And hope that all goes well for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would like to say I've had tremendous support from Commissioner Key and everyone in that department on down to our local co-op on this position, and along with area superintendents. I just want to thank everyone for the support that I've received and the condolences that this community has received during this time. It has been a tough time, but we have endured. We'll get through it, and we'll manage, and we'll do the best we can. And I would just like to thank Commissioner Key and Ms. Pfeffer and everyone on the board and with the State Department for their tremendous help that I have received during this time.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Webb, consideration of Mountain Pine School District is next.
The Mountain Pine School District currently has a waiver for the high school library media specialist that expires on March 8th, 2020. They're asking that waiver be extended through the end of the school year. They have someone who is on staff that is working on library media specialist that will be licensed by July 1 to fill that position. And so they only need the waiver for the remainder of this school year.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments? Dr. Moore?
Yes, Tracy, I have a question for you. Why is it that we don't approve the waivers throughout the term of the school year initially?
I'm not sure. I think that waiver was several years old, so I'm not sure why that was done that way. Might depend on when they come to the board and request the waiver, if something happened at that time, if their library media specialist left or something, and that's when they needed it, and so then it was good for a year.
Okay, but this one will only be good through
June 30th, 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions or comments? If not, then I'll look for a motion.
I'll move to grant the waiver.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. McFetrich to grant the waiver. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor, say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Oh, was that you? I'm sorry. I just heard from that direction. So let's correct that in the record. I have a motion by Ms. McFetrich, seconded by Dr. Moore, and motion passes. Okay, so, all right, we have our state board meeting dates for next year. Does everyone get an opportunity to look at those dates and see if they work for everyone? So if we have no issues with those dates, then I'll look for a motion. Okay, a motion by Dr. Hill to approve the dates for 2021-22 school year, or sorry, calendar year. And do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore. Seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. It's hard to see who said what with masks on and trying to see on Zoom as well. Okay, so let me get back to that. You will? Okay, next we have our consideration of recommendation of the Professional Licensure Standards Board to waive the application fee for first-time 5-year standard educator's license. And we have a presenter, Dr. Ivy Pfeffer. Good morning.
Good morning. Ivy Pfeffer, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. Thank you. As you know, we regularly report out on school district modifications, and we know that every week we have different scenarios where different numbers of school districts have had to pivot to some type of remote or digital learning. Sometimes it's a classroom, sometimes it's a grade level, sometimes it is a school district level. I want to brag on Arijit Sarkar for how he continues to update and modify our Insight reporting tool that districts use in communication with us as they're making those adjustments to their on-site schedules. We're able to see more clearly all the time what the real impact is, and it's really easy as these closures of classrooms or grade levels or schools. It's really easy to just feel like you know, that learning is really just stopping. But I think when we can really sit back and look at the data, we really can understand that the majority of our students are able to be on site every day in our schools unless they or their parents have chosen for them to have a true virtual option. And right now, our data show that over 70% of our districts have not had to make a modification, a district-wide modification. And I think it's over 75% of our schools have not had to do a school-wide modification. So I think that is just something we have to continue to celebrate and encourage our schools because they really are doing a good job to be targeted, to keep students safe, to work with their staff, but most importantly to keep the option for students to be at school whenever possible. So I wanted to kind of preface this ask in those terms. But we do know that the quarantines and by and large, the quarantines of adults really are the driver in districts having to make those modifications or adjustments to on-site learning. And it is oftentimes difficult to find teachers who can step in to fill in when those long-term gaps are in place. We have heard from school districts that they're expecting some earlier retirements mid-year this year. And so in looking at things that we could do to maybe just give districts another tool in their toolbox to be able to get people in classes more quickly would be to waive the $75 licensure application fee. And the PLSB is in agreement, and we wanted to bring that consideration to you all to approve, because we do feel like this would expedite the licensing of new graduates and also candidates who are coming in to the state for licensure by reciprocity. So this would apply to any first-time licensure applicant. So we would ask for you to approve this request.
Thank you, Dr. Pfeffer. Do we have any questions or comments? If not, then we'll look for a motion. I have a motion to approve by Ms. Woods.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. Next on the agenda is Computer Science and Computing Initiative Update and consideration of the adoption of a resolution of commitment to elementary and secondary computer science education. And we have Mr. Anthony Owen back with us again today. So welcome, Mr. Owen.
Good morning, Anthony Owen, Arkansas Department of Education, Office of Computer Science. Thank y'all for giving me some time today. I noticed that I was the last person before lunch. I will do my best not to fill up an hour and 10 minutes, though. So, but I do want to say welcome to the new Teacher of the Year, who actually has a CS connection, if you were not aware of that. She was the CS coordinator for our district, and I also want to say congratulations to Miss Stacy Smith, longtime friend and well-deserved position, so congratulations. Before we get into this, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege and then share a video. I sent an email last week, and I won't go in depth of the context of that email, but I want to thank the board members as a husband of an individual who teaches in a K-5 institution, public school institution, and has 2 children enrolled in a public school institution, for this board's, the governor, Secretary Keys, and Dr. Pfeffer's commitment to ensuring that our schools still offer face-to-face options to our students. It is very important to my family, and it's very important to families across the state. And I know y'all take a lot of grief for that, but as someone in the public who has family members and that's taking advantage of that, I want to say thank y'all for taking that iron, that grief. That said, we have a message from Governor Hutchinson for you all.
Hi, I'm Asa Hutchinson, Governor of the state with the best teachers in the country. As you wrap up the 2020 Computer Science Education Week, I can think of no better way to pave the way for our schools over the next 4 years than to celebrate the adoption of the new computer science and computing standards and courses presented to you today. They are the result of thousands of hours of work by educators, industry representatives, and members of our state CS for Arkansas team. As we continue to find ways to close the gender gap in computer science, we must also encourage younger students to consider computer science. I hope the Arkansas State Board of Education will adopt the National Computer Science Resolution that the Office of Computer Science developed in partnership with other states. Thank you, members of the State Board of Education, the department, industry leaders, and the hundreds of Arkansas educators for your work in making and keeping Arkansas in the lead in computer science and computing education.
So I want to say thank you to the governor's office and his videography team for putting that together for us. I don't know that that was a very traditional request, but if y'all haven't learned anything about me yet, I'm not very traditional in the way that I approach this initiative. That said, I would like to share a little bit of information. I'm going to talk a little bit while Dan is preparing the slide deck. To each of y'all, I provided our current slides of all of our announcements through CS Education Week. It's just a brief synopsis of the different announcements that we've made so far this week. If you want more information, we have a page dedicated to it out on our CS website. But a lot of great things coming out. Today's announcement, I'll talk a little bit about it. We're expanding our curriculum options as we see a need to support schools and teachers more. We're going to continue providing curriculum resources to them through Virtual Arkansas. We are currently working on expanding our upskill program through A-State and in partnership with the Arkansas Public School Resource Center. That announcement was not ready to make today, that it has been finalized, but I wanted y'all to know that we have a lot of great partners out there across the state that is helping us help teachers in the classroom in this initiative. That said, I'm going to roll through some highlights in the report. You all have it. I'm not going to go through the entire thing, but I'm happy to answer any questions on it. We were sweating the numbers this year. Every year we've been able to show an increase in this initiative of enrollment at a high school level. I actually got the numbers one day about 2 hours before I was to show up at the governor's mansion to help him with another project, and I was able to deliver this news to him in person, and we both had huge smiles on our face. I'll say it that way, because we were really worried with the COVID situation of whether we would be able to show an increase this year or not. We were able to show an increase to 10,450 individual students taking a computer science course at the high school level. That's an increase from over 9,800 last year. And if you remember, it was 1,100 the year before we started this initiative. There's a lot of information there. I will hit that we still have a gap issue with gender. We're aware of that. We're trying to focus efforts on those. We are partnering with different entities to help us develop best practices to try to close that gap. But I can proudly say that this is the first year in our initiative's history that we do not have an underrepresentation by minority students. We are actually overrepresented in CS enrollment at a high school level by minority students. So we are extremely proud of that. That shows that our efforts in broadening participation is working. Now if we can just look at how we can close that gender gap. So with that said, the information is there, and I give credit back to the teachers on this particular issue. We have grown our teacher pool across the state from a little over 20 when this initiative began that we could identify to over 500 current teachers that are certified in CS at some level to teach at a high school, in the high school. So that said, I'm open to any questions about the report, the enrollment report first, and then would like to move on to the consideration of the resolution. Hearing none, I'll move on. The CS resolution is actually I want to first thank y'all for adopting the CS Education Week resolution last board meeting. We do have that. We have posted that. This is a different resolution. This resolution is actually the product of our office working with now I think it's about 11 different states. There are national entities that are looking at picking this up to start pushing it out amongst other states. But whenever I called and spoke with the individuals along, I was part of kind of a team of 4 that started this work. I called and spoke to the other 3 and said, Arkansas loves to be first. Can I go ahead and jump jump out ahead and put this in front of our state board for consideration? And they loved the idea. Basically what this resolution does is it says we are committed to computer science education not only at a high school level, but at the earlier grade levels also, and specifically at the earlier grade levels, because that is where the stigma around STEM subjects is developed. So we have to do all we can to erase that negative stigma that this is not for everyone. Same thing as math and science, in different areas. But we want to take a conscientious focus on this as a state in computer science, and we want to also encourage our school districts to adopt this resolution once we put it out in template form. So with that said, unless the chairwoman would like me to read the resolution, I'm happy to. Let me make sure I get the copy from Secretary Key there, so I read what y'all have. Arkansas State Board of Education resolution, whereas Arkansas is committed to preparing all our children for high-tech future they face, and whereas it is vital to our community's economic security and future that K-12 graduates possess increasingly strong coding, computer science, and computational thinking skills to prepare them for the modern workforce, and whereas to provide this vital knowledge to all of our children, research and experience shows middle school can be too late to build this computer science literacy and self-belief, especially for girls, children of color, and children from rural, low-income, and underserved communities. And whereas in the elementary school years, when children build skills and self-beliefs that last a lifetime, they overwhelmingly enjoy computer science learning and uniquely benefit from family encouragement that can shape confidence and interest in computer science. And whereas with such a foundation of basic computer science literacy, middle and high school students are prepared to excel in this defining field to become successful, economically secure citizens, employees, and entrepreneurs. And whereas Arkansas has developed grade-specific kindergarten through grade 8 standards and supporting programs, including the K-8 Computer Science Lead Teacher Program, to increasingly address this vital educational imperative, now therefore be it resolved that the Arkansas State Board of Education urges each school to employ available resources to teach all possible children age-appropriate skills and literacy in computer science, coding, and related fields, support families to encourage their children's computer science learning, and seek to create increasingly ambitious plans and goals to reach all possible children and families with this essential learning.
I'm open to a motion to adopt this resolution. We have a motion from Dr. Moore,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Owen. This is a really important move for Arkansas, another step toward making Arkansas a place to look toward for other states to be an example of innovation and inclusion. I love to hear that we are overrepresented when it comes to minorities, and I'm looking forward to seeing that gender gap filled in. We're seeing more and more girls in science and girls in coding and things of that sort, so I'm looking forward to the work that'll be done there to close that gap and just to expand the horizons of all of our students here in Arkansas and move us forward in the future. So thank you so much for your work, Dr. Owen, or Mr. Owen.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
I just wanted to thank you for the passion that you clearly evidenced in putting this forward. My dad was, he knew a little bit about something about computers in the 80s before anybody knew anything, and he had a very long 30-year career at a very large company in their IT department because he took the time and effort to invest in this, and so he actually didn't get a college degree until I started applying for colleges. And so having a 4-year-old daughter now and just kind of seeing how she is viewing the world, I just really appreciate you moving this forward and giving that opportunity because it is very important.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Owen.
Thank you.
And with that, let's see. Standards. Oh, sorry. Let's consideration of the adoption of the Arkansas Computer Science and Computing Standards and courses for high school.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And before we get into this, I do want to also mention the Computer Science and Cybersecurity Task Force report that is out there and the work of that team. That has led to a lot of great things that are going to take place in our state over the next 4 to 5 years, and really is visionary in the work that we as a state will undertake. And I want to thank specifically Mr. Bill Gossage for chairing that and his leadership on that task force. If you have not read that report, I actually was preparing for a national call yesterday on a webinar, and individual, I won't say who they were because they didn't give me permission to, but pretty high up individual from another state said that was absolutely the best educational report that they have ever read as far as in the actionable items and the amount of information that is there that other states can take and implement as suggestions within their own state. So we're very proud of that work, and I wanted to share that. Regarding the standards, it feels like I was just up here yesterday, but it's been 4 years. This is a content area in which that we said early on we would have a quicker revision cycle than other content areas because of the unique nature. If you remember, we do a 4-year overhaul complete revision and a 2-year micro revision. So I guess it's actually been 2 years since I brought y'all the micro revision standards. But I do want to say thank you to the 48 industry specialists and educational leaders from across Arkansas that participate in that community. And I want to give a special call out to my team, Kelly Griffin, who's lead CS specialist for our statewide specialists, Zach Spink, Tammy Glass, John Hart, Leslie Savell, Lori Kegabine, Jim Furness, Eli McRae, and Alex Moeller. And I also want to give a call out to my 2 internal team members of Morgan Warmington. Some of y'all know her as Morgan Aldridge, and Emily Torres. That committee, I gave y'all a briefing on it, but that committee spent thousands of hours, combined hours, working on these standards. And then our internal team went back and spent, another 1,000+ hours on them, working to make sure that they were quality, make sure that they would meet the needs of industry well into the future, and that they were relevant to our students. Once we adopt, hopefully y'all adopt the standards, but once they're adopted, really our work then begins anew. We're going to create ancillary supporting documents to go with these standards to support teachers We're going to continue looking at curriculum options for teachers. And we have to do our main focus, which is providing professional development to our Arkansas educators on how to teach these standards properly to our students. You see the list in front of you. We were very happy this year to add data science. Well, one, we were very happy to create true pathways for all of these areas. In the past, we had similar standards for the first 2 years and then diverged for the third year advanced. We did create 3-year pathways for each of these areas. We have added computer engineering and data science this year to completely new pathways, and we are currently working on completing an artificial intelligence and machine learning set of standards. That said, if anybody out there has industry experience or wants to be part of that committee, it's a very small group of individuals working on that, so we would appreciate the help. That's not a big field that's out there, so please contact our office. But that said, we have 2 recommended motions in front of you all. The first one is regarding the adoption of the standards. I think y'all have those motions, so I won't read them. And the second, I will talk to if the first one passes or if you want me to now.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Dr. Moore?
I do, yes. Could you, on this 4-year cycle, can you kind of go through were there any very big changes in any of these courses? And if so, what were they?
So the big changes are, one, we did keep the initial year standards the same across all pathways. In past years, it had been the first 2 years, but this year we kept the initial year the same. They start diverging uniquely to each of the pathways in year 2. The reason we did that is because we were aware that the task force had made the recommendation of every student in Arkansas needing a computer science course, or that is a credit requirement. We know that there's legislation that's going for the General Assembly to make that a requirement. So we wanted to keep that first year the same across the board in light of that, because it allows our teachers to be provided with professional development that aids them in curriculum, that aids them in the instruction. Now, if they're a networking teacher, most of those first year standards can be taught through a networking lens, and they will be. Same thing with mobile app development, same thing with traditional programming. The other big difference, and this was actually, I want to thank Dr. Schubert from U of A for this, and Elizabeth Parker from Dillard's, who was on our standards committee. We have added a storytelling section to our standards. What we were hearing repetitively from industry is that our students are coming out of our high schools and out of our 4-year institutions and 2-year institutions very technical, but they don't know how to talk to non-technical people about that. They can't relate that information. And so we have built in a storytelling strand that we are very proud of across all the content areas. And we think that this will assist our students in learning how to communicate information, that technical information, to non-technical audiences in a more appropriate fashion.
That's great. And that actually answered part of my next question about if, I've seen the governor's recommendation for the high school graduation requirement. Would all these courses qualify for that? Are they all full year courses, or are they?
So what we did this year on the formatting of our standards, we still provide a course code for each semester, so for each half credit for any of these. However, we wrote the standards to be year-long standards, and this was reflective of feedback that we received from educators across the field the past 4 years. What we had done when we tried to separate the standards by semester, there were very minute changes, and what we were hearing back from educators were, because this is in both semesters with very minute changes, I feel like I have to go back and teach it again in second semester with this minute change instead of just doing it all at once whenever it makes the most sense. So we made the standards be year-long. We still provide semester course codes, but the standards are written in a way to be year-long. And yes, because I'm asking these to be adopted with no prerequisites on them as part of the motion, any course, what our recommendation whenever we bring rules to promulgate based on the legislation, if the legislation passed, is that any 465 coded or 565 coded course would meet that graduation requirement. So it wouldn't matter if it was the first year, if it was an advanced student taking an upper level course or an AP course, and that was the only CS they ever took, that would meet that graduation requirement. That's going to be our recommendation, but it's subject to legislation and obviously y'all's approval on the rules.
Certainly, and that is certainly going to be a challenge for some districts in that they're offering it but don't have as many students taking it. And so I'm excited to see where that goes if that legislation goes through, knowing that there are a lot of challenges along the way. Along those lines, what sort of professional development are y'all offering? Because I imagine a lot of these courses don't have teachers with prior experience in these areas.
Correct. So we're going to continue focus on the high school level of getting certified teachers and directing teachers to resources that are specific to these different content areas. We will be developing some additional resources as we go along, specifically data sciences and some others, but we're working with partners on a lot of that already, especially some of those more obscure areas, and just identifying resources for teachers. Our main focus as a group over the next 2 years really has to be getting teachers certified and ready to teach that introductory course, which is another reason that we kept those standards pretty common across that first year.
Secretary Key?
Mr. Owen, just to clarify, but a full credit does not necessarily mean a full year.
It would not necessarily have to be a full year. It does have to be 1 credit, but I think of options like our A-State upskill option that a student, because it's a concurrent credit option, a student could actually get that full credit in 9 weeks.
Ms. McFetchich?
I have a question, Mr. Owen.
Yes.
Kathy, this is Kathy. I noticed that in the computer science and computing standards for grades K-8, that you're not going to require any formal assessment of the standard. Can you talk to that? Maybe explain that?
Yes, ma'am. If with the dean, with the chair's permission, yes. That's actually the next action item, but I'll go ahead and speak to that some. I have not supported a assessment system around computer science since the beginning of this initiative, and I talk about this nationally. Reason being is, though we are leading the nation in computer science education, this is still a fledgling area of academia, of education, especially in our K-12 arena. A lot of the teachers that are choosing to teach computer science teaching, they communicate to me that they're choosing to teach it because they can get back to enjoying teaching and not worrying about an assessment. And you know, if the state decides to go with an assessment, our team will work to make sure that it is a good assessment and that it represents what we want to look for in computer science education. But from a office perspective, we at this point don't necessarily support assessment because of the diversity and the quality of instruction across state, which I know that's one reason you do assess, but I'm afraid that we would run some of those teachers that are interested in it away because they're then not only learning a new content area, but they're worried that their employment criteria and their reflection on their reports of how well they do their job will be negatively affected because they're trying something new and trying to learn something new and trying to expand these opportunities for our students. I've said nationally, and I've said, I think in this room before, that assessments on CS will come at some point, but I think we have to get a full generation of students through the programs before that is in my opinion, a viable option.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Owen. We have any further questions? Mr. Luckadoo?
I've got a question. So with the computer science, the flex credit, where students can take a computer science course that substitutes for their 4th math credit, is that right, and 3rd science credit. Do we have any data on how many students are taking that as an option and going ahead and saying, I want that course rather than math or science? And then I guess a follow-up to that would be, do we have any data saying how those students are doing as far as, is there any data or college-bound ACT score data that we can say, hey, these students are choosing the flex credit, and how is that impacting kind of the academic scope?
And great question, and I did not bring the information on the number of students that are using the computer science flex credit in place of either third-year math or fourth-year math or third-year science. We can definitely pull that information and provide it. Regarding how it translates into post-secondary, and this was a recurring theme of consternation and frustration amongst the task force. And I know the state is working, and I invite anyone who is more knowledgeable to this than I am. I know the state is working on a longitudinal data system that would help us in that. We see an increase in computer science majors at post-secondary level since this program has been going through. But as far as the ability to look at individual students and saying, did that positively or negatively affect them whenever they go into a post-secondary? One, I don't know that our initiative is old enough to have a sample size large enough to draw any causation. Maybe there's some correlations, but I definitely don't think there's a large enough N for causations statements. And I don't know that our data system at this point has the capability of pulling that data, but I will turn that to someone who's much more knowledgeable to me if he has any input.
I remember sitting in one of the task force meetings, and that was a topic of discussion. I think they brought up that, and it isn't capable of doing that at this point. We have a very robust K through 12. What we're working on now is linking that pre-K through career data system. So we submitted a grant proposal to the federal government a couple of years ago, didn't get approved. There's work going on in it's joint work, but it's not a very large scale effort at this point. We're trying to get the building blocks for what you're talking about, what the task force had asked for. So it's in the process, working with DIS, working with workforce services, higher ed. This is one of those areas where transformation should help us get there quicker than what we were going to be facing before. But it is in the process of being developed.
And I just want to echo something that the Secretary did say. Having a lot of partnerships nationally with other entities in similar positions and leadership within code.org and ECEP, they brag so much on our data system and how clean and how disaggregated the data we can provide them. That is not the norm around this nation. If you're not aware of that, we have, if not we have the best K-12 data system in the nation. I am confidently can say that because I see what some of my colleagues around the nation struggle with, and they don't have near the ability that I do in providing information.
One of the things that I'm visualizing, and I don't know if it's true or not, but when students come out of this 9-12 program at this level of rigor, I can see them choosing to, instead of going directly into higher ed, be in such demand for a career that they choose to go career first, and then the higher ed is kind of an afterthought because of their demand, because of the low numbers that are available for different careers. And are you seeing that happening as students are coming out of high school?
We wrote that specifically in mind, and that's part of the reason that we brought industry leaders into the room to make sure that we were preparing these students to step out of high school. And we use this nomenclature in education all the time, but we really looked at what do our industries across Arkansas need for entry-level computer science and computing jobs? What skills do they have to have? That was part of the reason that we added that storytelling section, because that is going to be so crucial whenever our students stand in front of interviewees, stand in front of those different CEOs that are looking for that quality candidate. If our students can get up and tell their story in a way that relates to the consumer, relates to the stockholders, relates to that CEO, then they're going to be heads and tails above our others. The technical stuff is the easy part to teach, so to speak. It's all those other parts. And that was another issue. And Dr. Moore, I'm sorry I didn't mention this earlier, but we revamped our practices this year. We put some good thought into that. I don't know if any of y'all noticed, but our 3 main categories, we like acronyms. It's CPU, communications, and now I'm going to get up here and can't think of it, but CPU, and we tied that in, that the CPU is the brain and everything has to run through it. So all these technical standards and the instruction and the theory and the technical education has to run through these practices, which the practices are what the industry and what the consumers are looking for.
Anthony, I just wanted to really commend your storytelling. That is a career-long, segment-wide, profession-wide problem. So if you can make some inroads there, it'll go a long way for a lot of opportunities out there. A suggestion and a question. The suggestion is seeing an increasing need for ethics classes and training tied into not just can you code this, should you code this, or the implications of code. So that may already be embedded in some of our coursework, and if so, great. If not, something to think about. The ask is, this area of life is changing so very rapidly. How do you stay current? How often do you refresh, and where do you take your content from?
So to the issue of ethics, and I didn't mention this, but we actually added also this year a cybersecurity content cluster. And we do get into a lot of the ethical implications of not can you, but should you? And what are the ramifications if you do, both positive and negative? That also, we put that in the professionalism strands. You'll see that K-8. We had a lot of discussions about the infusion of social media and online activity of our kids, and really thinking about having them think about what that means on a long-term basis. And everybody understands, or at least I hope everybody understands in this day and age, you post a picture online, it's there forever, regardless of whether you delete it. But what we want our kids to start thinking about is, what are these social interactions doing to you, and what are they telling you that you're not aware of? Do these algorithms that are in these social media companies, do they create echo chambers around our students, and are students recognizing that fact? Are they missing the counter narrative to what their thought processes are? So we have really thought about that. We tried to integrate this within our standards across the board as far as that ethical impact. But it's not just the ethical impact of what our students do, but it's the ethical impact of what our students are consuming, and when they create these systems in the future, thinking about that ethical impact. So that was one thing. And by the way, it came to me, the P in CPU was problem solving. I can't believe I forgot that. And then understanding. But anyway, and then Dr. Chambers, the second part of your question, I'm sorry.
Thank you. You just elevated me. No doctor. Okay. The second part of the question is, this field is changing so very rapidly. How do you stay on top of what's going to be most important for our students to learn? How often do you refresh, and where do you take that content from?
So our refresh is, our major revision, like I said earlier, is every 4 years. However, we do a micro revision planned every 2 years. That is actually part and parcel of the reason I'm asking for the second motion on each of these sets of standards, that allows us to make grammatical and technical changes to the standards without necessarily bringing them back to y'all. We do not see any wholesale changes, but as technology changes, we want to be able to be reflective. Yes, we're going to create ancillary supporting documents that have additional explanations of the standards, but you go back 4 years ago, and I doubt very seriously any of us would have thought blockchain would be where it is today. That was a very new emerging, it's still an emerging technology. So think where we're going to be in 2 years even. So that is part of the reason for the second motion, is a request for some flexibility on making changes as we see industry. And I know this has not been, I say this all the time in front of y'all, I know this is not traditional, I know it's not done in other content areas, but that's part of the reason we're ahead in CS in the nation, is because we do things that are not traditional.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Owen. Do we have any other questions? Mr.
One
Sutton?
other question. As wonderful as this is, and I again commend you for your compassion and passion to this study, does this create any additional cost to districts? And if so, where does that funding come from?
So I don't know that I'm in a position. I will say yes, it will create additional cost. I do not want to step outside my realm of what I'm allowed to speak to, so I'll see if Secretary Key wants to speak to the other.
Mr. Sutton, that's a good question. And, you know, when the governor made the decision that he wanted to see some type of requirement with respect to a graduation requirement for students and requiring districts to have certified computer science teachers, then he turned it over to us to say, how do we make this happen? And one of the elements of that is being aware of the cost impact on school districts. And I'm going to give a more complete review of our legislative package, and we'll include the details, more details of the governor's education legislation next month. But we have, in our draft of the legislation, we have set the implementation dates in advance in sufficient time so that the adequacy committee would meet in meeting over the next 2 years would incorporate recommendations for funding into their next set of recommendations. So all that to say, there will not be a requirement for a teacher until there is a funding stream for that requirement. Now, what we've been doing so far, and Mr. Owen can speak to this, the governor has put a significant investment of dollars. I mean, when you compare what the governor has put forward with other states, it's very significant. And Mr. Owen and his team have been doing a good job of facilitating and incentivizing districts to take this on for teachers to go get the training and that sort of thing to offset some of that added cost that they would encounter. When it becomes a requirement, it becomes the state's responsibility, so you'll see budget adjustments that make that happen.
If 5 years in this position has taught me nothing, it's when not to answer questions. So thank you, Secretary Key. But that said, yes, we do see those. And as far as the commitment that the state has made, we do have, we can no longer say we have the largest commitment to CS education because states like New York, we still have the largest per capita commitment to CS education of any state in this nation. And it's not even close. I was on a call the other day with a lot of my cohorts across the nation, and most of them, their budgets were killed this year because of the COVID pandemic. And we were, I think I can share this, Secretary Key, we've actually enjoyed the recommendation from the governor to have a budget increase for next fiscal year.
Glad to hear that. Do we have any more questions or comments for Mr. Owen? Okay. Well, with that, I will look for a motion concerning the standards and courses.
Move that we adopt the Arkansas Computer Science and Computing Standards and Courses for High School.
All right, I have a motion from Ms. Weta Newton. Do I have a second? I'm sorry, who seconded that? Thank you. Ms. Chambers. Seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, and then we're on to the
We do have a second motion there, if y'all would
Oh.
consider it, please.
I'm sorry.
On the high school. And that's for those allowance for technical changes.
Okay, we have the second motion for technical changes for high school.
Move to approve.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Chambers to approve.
So the first motion was adoption of the CS standards, and in the recommended motions, I had a second recommended motion. I wanted to separate it out to give you all the not that y'all needed my permission, but the mechanism to cleanly separate them if you didn't adopt the second one or feel comfortable in the second one, because it is not traditional. But basically what the second one would do would allow us to make grammatical and technical changes to the standards without necessarily bringing them back to you all each time. No, ma'am, we will bring back in 2 years and we will bring back in 4 years, but along from now until our midterm revision in 2 years, if we see grammatical errors or if technology changes significantly or we see something emerging that we felt that would be a benefit to add or change within the standards, this would give us the wherewithal to do that without necessarily bringing the standards back to the board for wholesale adoption again.
So I'm sorry, did we have a second? I don't think we did. Okay, I have a second by Ms. Newton. We have any other questions? The motion was by Ms. Chambers. You're welcome. So we have a motion by Ms. Chambers, seconded by Ms. Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Now
Thank
we're
you.
ready for the
K8.
K8.
And the K8 standards, what we did this year, one, we incorporated those new areas of cybersecurity and storytelling as appropriate within them. We also worked to revise and clarify some of the standards. When we wrote these early on, honestly, we were still learning. We're still learning now, but we have such a better grasp of what our elementary teachers are able to do within their classrooms. Our students have a better grasp of technology. Think a year ago, if we would have thought how many students are using Zoom on a daily basis across our state and computers across our state. So we really try to update these standards in a way that's reflective to our current students' knowledge, our teachers' knowledge, and our ability as a state to employ across school districts. They are still embedded standards other than the coding block. The coding block does have to be a discrete amount of time the way it's presented. The other standards can be embedded. We are having discussions about what technology looks like in our K-8 environment moving forward, but right now the consideration are these embedded CS standards.
Do we have any questions or comments?
Do you have any middle schools that offer a full course in computer science?
So we actually have a couple of schools that have requested waivers not waivers, but approval, because I know waivers has a different connotation, but approval to teach a high school computer science course at the middle school level. We actually have a couple schools that are already requiring all their 8th grade students to take that. We do have other schools that are teaching courses at those middle school grade levels. We don't necessarily track those because we don't have credits associated to them. What the regulatory mandate is that they teach the standards that we've adopted at each grade level within that course somewhere. But to your question, yes, there are schools that are teaching full courses of CS at those middle school levels.
And what type courses is the standalone block typically taught with?
Standalone block can really be taught in any course. CTE had written key code for us whenever keyboarding was still a requirement. That course is going to remain around and be updated with these standards for schools that still want to teach keyboarding at that level. Honestly, I think our office is trying to help push those standards down into lower grade levels with these. Whenever I was teaching 8th grade mathematics, 8th grade algebra 1, I would have loved to have these coding block standards to teach during my school year because they're so complementary to the algorithmic thought processes and computational thinking that I was trying to expose my students to within that classroom. Really, it can be any class.
Thank you.
Mr. Luckadoo?
Yeah, on that coding block, when it's saying that it's got to be a minimum of 4 weeks continuous time, is that set every day? If I have this class, 45 minutes every day, is that saying for those 4 weeks, it's got to be continuous then, or can it be once a week during a certain block for 4 weeks? How does that work?
There's a lot of flexibility for schools in how they implement this. We feel like that for this block to be done justice, it would take a 45-minute period per day for 4 weeks to do the standards justice. Now, because we don't necessarily go out and I can't be in every classroom where this is integrated. So we put the standards out there, and the standards are adopted, and the superintendents attest that they will ensure that the standards are taught with validity. But yes, it is. We envision it being 4 weeks, 45 minutes a day, to meet the rigor of the standards that's written. The reason we say a continuous block is because early on we had a lot of schools that kind of came back to us and said, well, we think we might do Friday coding activity and meet these standards throughout the year by just every Friday they have a coding class. And the problem with that is there's no continuity, and that's what we got feedback from the first task force, that's really going to turn into just another study hall and place that they're going to do their PowerPoint. There has to be some continuity in that instruction from day to day.
Mr. Sutton, do you have any questions? No? Dr. Hill? No. Ms. Chambers? Ms. McFetrich? Ms. Newton? Ms. Woods? Any more questions? Okay. Well, with that, I'm looking for a motion to approve the K through 8 coding blocks, standard and courses.
I'll make the motion to approve the standards for K-8.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Kathy McFetrich, seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes.
And we have the same secondary motion on this one regarding the technical changes.
Okay. I'm sorry, explain that again, say that again.
The same secondary motion on this request for the technical changes as we did on the high school.
All right, so we're looking for a motion for the technical changes, same motion.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Sutton, seconded by Ms. Woods. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay.
And Chairwoman, I do have one final request. That was our last motion and last thing on the agenda, but I do have one last thing I would like to share with the board. It will take about 3 minutes if that's possible.
Please do.
Dan, do you have that queued up? By the way, I want to say thank you to Dan for his work.
Thank you, Dan.
As technology continues to advance, so should our children's education. That's why in 2015, the Arkansas Computer Science Initiative was created. An initiative to provide better access to a variety of computer science-related resources, and ultimately, to use their skills and creativity to make a difference in the world. And it's all happening right here in Arkansas. Because of this initiative, more and more schools have added coding, cybersecurity, networking, robotics, and game design into their curriculum. And more students are getting the real-world experience and training they need to succeed.
The Arkansas Computer Science Initiative prepared me for my eventual career path by giving me the opportunity to meet with other people that are currently in the industry. Because I had my first internship through this initiative, I am now almost at 2 years of interning with J.B. Hunt while still going through college, and it's because I had a little bit of experience and knowledge of technology, and the passion is the reason why I am where I am today.
Since the initiative's launch, Arkansas has become a national leader in computer science and computing education, with many states following our lead.
Inside the state of Arkansas, you all have done something fascinating, which is to mandate computer science in your classrooms. And you've seen incredible numbers of students go up in coding, especially with women, especially with minorities. Why did you all think that was so important?
Whenever you look nationally, only 1 out of 10 high schools in America offer and teach computer coding. We mandated in every high school. We could produce 6,000 students a year into our economy that know how to write software.
The study of computer science and related computing areas opens more economic opportunity for more people than almost any other area of study. And this skill set is in demand, not only in the tech sector, but in banking, entertainment, medicine, and virtually every area. So whether your child wants to be a farmer, doctor, teacher, or entrepreneur, they will greatly benefit from the creativity and problem-solving skills that are the essence of creating computer software. And no matter the state of our economy, computer science-related jobs will remain and continue to thrive.
The computer science skills that I gained in Arkansas really allowed me to work around the world. Even now, as a college recruiter for my company, only a few candidates have high school computer science experience. I would encourage anyone who is interested in this field to really start early and seize every opportunity to grow their knowledge in computer science.
From its pathways to higher education, internships and careers, to its passionate and knowledgeable educators and industry-approved curriculum, the Arkansas Computer Science Initiative continues to transform students' lives, both in and outside school walls. And it's never been easier to join in the fun. Join the future and enroll your child in these fun and innovative courses and support the Arkansas Computer Science Initiative today.
With that, I want to say thank you, State Board. Thank you to leadership. Thank you, Arkansas educators and Arkansas students.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate your work. And with that, I think we'll take a 10-minute break before we head to the next item on the agenda. So that means we'll be back at, I don't know which one is right, but. Okay. Well, we can. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just push forward and lunch is here. And we'll
Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And thank you, State Board, for hearing this and adding this to the agenda for Mr. Parkman so he can get some resolution today. Just a real quick housekeeping matter. I sent this packet on the secure server, so it should be with the PLSB items. However, I did make hard copies, and so I'm going to go ahead and pass those out before I get started. And Madam Chair, Taylor Dugan with the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. Just real briefly, if I may go over the procedures for these types of hearings. This is a hearing dealing with a disqualifying offense, so an offense that appeared on Mr. Parkman's background check. Each party will have 5 minutes for an opening statement, starting with the division. The State Board can ask questions at any time. Then there will be 15 minutes for presentation of the cases, starting with the division, and then finally there will be 5-minute closing, starting with the division, then finishing off with the educator. The State Board, after hearing this case, has a number of options that they can do. The department is requesting a waiver, just a flat-out waiver for Mr. Parkman. However, the things that the board may do, I have put on their exhibit packet, which is labeled DESI Exhibit 1, page 1 of 3, and that has the information of what the board may do as far as their options. As I stated earlier, the division's recommending that he be granted a waiver. If there's any questions about procedure, I'd love to answer them. If not, then I would start with my opening statement. And I forgot, Madam Chair, Mr. Parkman's here, and Jake is here also, if we could have them sworn in. If you guys want to stand.
All right. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
What I have marked as DZ Exhibit 2 is, and I just want to brag on the folks over at PLSB that put this together. It's an excellent timeline of this case that gives why we're here and what this case is about. I think that's probably, if there's a document to focus on, it would be that one. And so back in May of 2007, Mr. Parkman was notified that there was a disqualifying offense on his background. He came before the board in that year and he was granted a waiver of that offense. And then and he went on and he completed the probation and the terms of that waiver, had no problems with that, and got his teaching license and has been teaching since. And then in 2012, a new offense had popped up. However, it was from 1996. Now, Mr. Parkman had this offense expunged from his record, and a lot of times we see stuff like that. We see offenses that come later that were not on other background checks, and I think it's because just the FBI and state police is just getting better as far as updating records and courts updating records and those types of things. But it appeared in 2012. Mr. Parkman was able to get his license because the staff at that time, when they saw it, they saw he had a waiver from the state board from 2007, but that was for a different offense. That was for an assault. And this one here is a battery second degree, which is also a disqualifying offense. When Mr. Parkman went to renew his license again, I believe it was in 2015, Mr. Parkman, it was still there, was still approved because of that prior waiver. And then when PLSB was reviewing it this last time it rolled around, Ms. Douglas noticed that that waiver was for the assault from 1994, not for this battery. That was from 1996. So therefore, it is a disqualifying offense, and it would be the board's authority to waive that offense. Mr. Parkman has submitted numbers of letters of recommendation from his superintendent, from his principal, from former students, parents. I'll let him talk to more about that, but if there's no questions, that's why we're here. And I've spoken with Educator Effectiveness and is recommending a waiver for Mr. Parkman.
Thank you. Mr. Dugan, Mr. Parkman.
Come on.
Welcome.
Hi. I've been teaching now at Eureka Springs, my 9th year, my 12th year overall as a teacher. Teaching for me is my passion. It's what I do. I teach ALE. My first teaching job out of college at UALR was a Hamburg School District, the Ashley County Learning Academy. I was told I was being hired for an ALE position, and I said, well, what's ALE? And they don't teach that in traditional education courses. I got in there and I realized this is where I'm meant to be. I did not grow up in a standard household. I had 2 households. One was abusive, violent, and malicious. The other one was neglectful, absent, and drug addicted. By the time I was 13 years old, it was common practice in one household to smoke pot, drink, whatever I wanted to do. By the time I was 15, I was thoroughly addicted to hard drugs. I had witnessed 2 murders by then. By the time I was 18, I had witnessed 5. My first daughter was born when I was 17. I had dropped out of school at 16 and moved out on my own. Continued to go back into school and drop out again for another couple of years. I grew up in a very violent place, a very bad place. Back then, we knew nothing of trauma-informed schools. We knew nothing about mental health practices associated with that. As a teacher now, I recognize that I had a lot of issues. As an adult, I was diagnosed with ADHD. So when you combine all of that, I'm lucky to have made it to where I did. In '94, I was involved in a assault. The other party who's involved in it with me is now a Pulaski County deputy sheriff and has been for about 20 years. And my drug addiction continued. In '95, I was homeless, jobless, carless, and with no options. I did not see myself living to be 21. I was involved in a fight at a bar not far from here, and the fight escalated. I used a box cutter, and the other gentleman was hurt severely, and I went to jail. After getting out of jail, went to court. A judge here in Little Rock told me at the hearing I attempted to plead guilty to it, flat out, before getting kicked up to circuit court, and he asked me why, and I said, why not? The judge called me up and said, tell you what, you're going to go to rehab, and we'll have your hearing in 6 months in circuit court. Got kicked up, judge there, I believe it was Barry Sims, and I talked to the prosecutor, and so they gave me 3 years probation with an Act 346. I had no idea what that meant at the time. I just knew that, hey, I'm not going to prison, which was good. During that 3 years, I earned my GED. I learned a trade, being screen printing, and I learned another trade, being a bartender. Not the greatest trade, but it did pay the bills. Over the next few years, I continued to work 2 and 3 jobs, not really knowing what I wanted to do. I completed my probation in '99, got my record expunged. Sometime after that, I met a man named Johnny Dollar, former professor at Pulaski Tech, who's since passed, and he began encouraging me to go to college. So I began at Pulaski Tech, earned my associate's degree, graduating with honors, went on to UALR, and Professor Williams there, if y'all know him or not, he's encouraged me to not just get a history degree, but go into teaching. By this time, I was a single father, raising 2 daughters on my own, and decided, you know what, I have something to give back. I had learned a lot about myself. I had done a lot of self-exploration. I had sought therapy. I had seen in my life that I had value and I could make a difference in people's lives. I had reconnected with my daughter from when I was 17, had become a good father to her, continued through, graduated from ULR with honors, and was hired, as I said, at the Ashley County Learning Academy. It was there that I realized I'm meant to be doing AOE. I identify with these kids. I was these kids. In doing so, Ashley County Learning Academy went through one of those split up. It was a consortium between CrossFit and Hamburg, and you know how those things go sometimes. And being only 3 years, we got reduction in force, and I landed at Eureka Springs in 2012 and was told that I was now going to be the director of AOE. Being a teacher of AOE and director of AOE are 2 very different things. Jake Allen here and I met, and what does a director do? I don't know. And it was later on that I was informed you're supposed to have paperwork. I was like, oh, okay, that's probably a good thing. And so I kind of learned and built the program, sort of a reboot of the program from go. On 9 years now, we're doing very well. In the 9 years of this program, I've seen a lot of successes. I've had kids come through that had no hope. They were dropping out. School sucks. You've all heard that. They hate school. They want out. Some of these kids come in 9th grade, 16, 17 years old. They're done. I've been able to connect with a lot of these kids. I have a student right now who has completed 4 years of high school in 3 years. He came in 2 years behind. He's going to graduate this year. Another student's going to do the same thing next year. About 4 years ago, I had a student who was homeless. Wasn't homeless, but his home had no electricity, no running water, and his parent was absent. And my solution to it was, well, you're going to live with me. And in doing so, he went from being a kid who was not going to make it through high school. He just completed graduating basic this summer and is now finishing up his senior year of high school. I see this. I see these kids that I make an impact on. I know I do. I make a difference. This time, about the whole time, of course, raising my 2 daughters on my own, coaching cross country, coaching track, starting up and coaching our mock trial program. And I feel that if I'm not granted another license, there's going to be a hole left in the community of Eureka Springs. I'm sure all of y'all have been there on vacation. It's a great place to go visit. But it's what you see on vacation and what you don't see is 2 different things. Our community is very diverse. It's very different. A lot of kids there just don't have the supports. They're like me. In their home, it's okay to do drugs. In their home, it's okay to smoke weed. They sit through the Red Ribbon Week presentations and they roll their eyes like I did, because who is some person up here who's never been through what you've been through to tell you that, hey, your parents are terrible people and belong in jail? It's the way they look at it. It's the way I looked at it. And to have that connection with someone that says, hey, I understand what you're going through. I get it. Here's what happened to me, and present my story to them. Most of my students have heard my story more in detail than what I've given here because there's a very short time. And they're able to identify and say, hey, here's Mr. Parkman. You know, he grew up the way I did. He's been through the abuse. He's been through getting in trouble with the law. He's been in trouble, you know, with family and not living at home. He did drop out, but he got it. And I offer something like that. I do offer that to my students. I love what I do. I love ALE. It is my passion. I love working with my kids. I maintain contact with many of them after they graduate. Some of them still show up to ask for guidance and, you know, just references and everything else. I still have some of them that will call out of the blue, hey, I have a problem, what should I do? And I'm there for them, and I'll continue to be there for them regardless of the board's decision today. But this is what I do. This is my career. This is how I take care of my children. This is what I give back to my community. And for a part of me, I'm trying to make up for the things that I did that harmed not just the state of Arkansas, but this area. This is where I'm from. I grew up here in Little Rock, Pulaski County, specifically Seven Hills, north of Lakewood, junior high back then, Northeast High School. And as many of you may remember, the 80s and 90s were not a good time for Little Rock. Banging in Little Rock was a thing, and one reason I'm not on that is because I didn't sign a waiver. I had friends that were. I was in a bad place at the time. And I give back to my students now, and I tell them, look, don't be involved with these things. You have an option. You have people that care. Reach out to someone, and I'm there for them. And I'm giving back for what I took from people and for what I did to people. This is my way. I feel bad about it. It's not something that I'm happy about. It's what happened. And if you read in the letters there, a couple there from parents, a couple from teachers, my administrators, several former students. And I asked a couple of them, and they began asking each other and for letters. They even started a social media campaign that I did not ask them to do, and that I got asked about when one of our board members at the school was like, why is Mr. Parkman doing this? I was like, no, not me. Former student did that. And so that had to be kind of explained real quick. I know I've made an impact in my community, and I want to continue to, and I'd appreciate if the board would allow me to do that and allow my children to continue to be able to be there with me and stay in this community that I'm in and keep the career that I'm going. I've got I'm 45, I've got another 20 years left at least. Puts me at 65 at that point. My daughters will be forcing me to retire to probably take care of grandkids, or, you know, my wife by then will be forcing me to retire to drive her around the country. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for this opportunity. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Parkman. Do we have any questions for Mr. Parkman? Why don't I start with Dr. Hill? Questions or comments?
I just appreciate your transparency, my belief. God doesn't waste an experience, and you have an experience that you can help others.
I think you put me where I was supposed to.
Absolutely, and I just want to encourage you to keep striving forward and keep helping the least of these. We just heard our teacher of the year come in and talk about empathy, and that's exactly what we're talking about, because the number one predictor for academic success is not test scores, it's relationship with the teacher in the classroom.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you have with you, and you have my full support.
Thanks, sir.
Sweeta Newton?
I echo what Dr. Hill said. You definitely relate with your students, and you're needed. And I know your students appreciate you, and you're a walking miracle. I hope you realize
Thank you, ma'am.
that.
Yes.
And but I appreciate your willingness to give back to your students, and just hope that you'll continue doing that.
Thank you.
Ms. McFetridge? Okay. Ms. Chambers?
Eureka Springs is lucky to have you. I hope you'll keep telling that story. It makes you so authentic, and it will definitely continue to give kids a sense that whatever has happened, they can still go do and be and reach their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Woods? Dr. Moore? Mr. Lookadoo?
We heard in the computer science standards the addition of storytelling, and the power of your story is incredible. But not only the power of your story, the power of the stories from the parents and the students who wrote these letters. It is clear to see the impact you're making, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
And the impact that you you were having.
Mr. Sutton?
I would just comment that I would hope before I die that I have as many people write such nice things about me.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. I echo everything that my colleagues have said. You are a walking miracle. Your testimony is powerful.
Thank you, ma'am.
You are an example of redemption and being able to restoration and the power of speaking our truth and sharing our life stories and our testimony. I know there's a writing that says we overcome by the word of our testimony. And your testimony has not only helped you to overcome, but it has helped so many others in your community to overcome. I wanted to point out one that really struck me when I was reading it, and it hit a place in my heart so much that I just wanted to just point it out. It was a student of yours that was a sophomore that was, I'm just going to skim through
This may
it.
make me tear up. I know the one you're talking about.
It made me tear up, which is why I want to read it. I just want to just kind of highlight this. We had a stack of letters of support for this man. And one of them was one of his students who had as a freshman in high school, a background of abuse, trauma, which manifested in mistrust of adults, lashing out at peers and teachers, sleeping through tests, failing classes, substance abuse, in and out of behavioral health institutions, and did not plan on living very long, let alone going to college and pursuing, I can't make it through, and pursuing any kind of success. By my sophomore year, I had run away from home, and I still had not found any effective coping skills to manage the hand I was dealt. I'll skip through. One day in class, she reacted and stormed out and came back to retrieve her backpack that she left behind. She said you didn't scold her, you didn't hand her a detention slip. You said, hey, stop. Just listen to me for a second. And you proceeded to teach her the very first coping skill that she had ever found to be useful to her, and one that she still uses today in coping with her PTSD. You said, tell me 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. And that was a grounding exercise used in moments of heightened anxiety to prevent or calm panic attacks. And after that day, if she had a panic attack in class, she would walk to your classroom and she would knock on your door and you would coach her through this exercise until she was able to do it by herself. And that was pivotal in her development. You became the very first adult that she trusted after a childhood of turbulence. And you saw the challenges she was facing, and you recommended that she be enrolled in the A League program. She did. And after making A's in her junior year, this is someone who didn't think they would even live for very long, started believing that David was right about her and that maybe she should go to college. And so next semester, she will be starting her junior year in an honors college at a local university, majoring in biology and minoring in honors interdisciplinary study. And this is the last thing I'll read. I am not exaggerating by any means when I say that David Parkman is the reason I decided to pursue higher education. He is the person who made me believe I could do it. This man hugged me and cried at my graduation. He advocated and fought for me in a way that no other adult around me was willing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we give him a hand, an applause? Because This is the impact that a teacher who cares and who empathizes and who can relate. This is the impact that teachers have. Teachers have such an important role, a vital role in a child's development. And this is a perfect example of why we need people like you in our classrooms. So with all that said, sorry. Mr. Allen, I'm sorry, I didn't give you opportunity to speak. So I'll let you have an opportunity to speak and then we'll move forward with the procedure. I just wanted to point that out.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. I wish we had talked more on the drive down about what we were going to talk about, because he stole every single one of my points that I was going to make, and I was ready to, pull up my Al Pacino impression. Anyway, I'm Jake Allen. I teach in Huntsville, St. Paul School District, but David and I started it, or I was at Eureka Springs. He started there in 2012. We hit it off right away. We're kids of the same age. I was just starting teaching English. I'd switched over from math the year before. That year I was teaching English and math both in high school. And so I had a whole group of freshmen that I would see twice a day, English and math. And pretty quickly there were 3 of them that became, we just kind of started the real ALE program there. I'll just use their first names, Billy, Jacob, and Rylan. And those 3 boys were destined to drop out. They may not have made it to the end of that year. I know they were struggling in my class, so switching to ALE, and Billy especially, this kid, long stringy hair, didn't give a crap about anything, sorry, pardon my language, the previous year had told the principal in no uncertain terms where she could go and what she should do. I mean, this kid was rough. And, David worked with him for 4 years, got him to graduate, worked with him after high school. Billy wanted to go into the military, but it took him a couple years to get in. And now that young man is serving in Japan in the Air Force. He's married, he's stable. He's just, that's 100% thanks to David Parkin's influence. And you guys weren't supposed to be so enthusiastic. I was supposed to come in and convince you, but it's okay. I'm glad I made the drive. The whole reason I came is because this man needed his story told. And he's underappreciated, he's underpaid, all those things. I wanted to make sure that you guys knew what this man has done for kids in Arkansas. So I'm going to end it there, but thanks for letting me bend your ear for a minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Closing. We don't have anything further, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, with that, I look for a motion to grant or not to grant the waiver. Okay. We have a motion by Ms. Woods. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Parkman. Thank you. We appreciate you and your work. Go ahead. Yeah.
I just want to say one thing, and I think it's just so important, as governing bodies for education, that we resonate exactly what has happened here, because so many times when you take a student in the middle school and for some reason they're not testing well and they're not doing well and you disengage with them, the relationship of engagement is so critically important to be the uplifting for that student, because sometimes when we look at testing, when we look at all the information, all the data, to make decisions, and realizing the thing that changes that data is the teacher and the relationship. It's what moves me, in building that relationship, from fatherless homes, from abuse, all of those type of things. And once again, I just, everything that teaching is about is your picture should be sitting beside it, because that's what we're all called to do. And I just want to commend you again, and I'm proud of you. And any way I can help you or any of your kids, you call me, I'll be there. Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you. All right, and on that happy note, lunch is ready in room 201A. We'll be adjourned until 1 o'clock. Okay, we'll be going to get back in session so we can get back on our action agenda for the 1 o'clock agenda. Let me find my place again. I lost it. One moment, bear with me. I lost my place. Okay, here we are. Our Arkansas Leadership Academy RFP recommendations. We'll have Dr. Ivy Pfeffer to present.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, a couple of months ago, we came to you and you approved a proposal to have a RFP to allow for participants to apply to be an operator for the Arkansas Leadership Academy. And the components of the new structure for ALA were outlined, as well as other pieces of information that were included in the request for proposals. And that was conducted according to the state's RFP guidelines, and Ms. Judy Free led the efforts at the Department of Ed, working with the subcommittee that you all established to go through the review of the proposals, the scoring of the proposals, and then additional conversations around which one of the proposals best aligned with the goals for the Leadership Academy in the future. And so I'm going to turn it over to the chair of that subcommittee, Dr. Sarah Moore, to talk to you all a little bit more and to share the subcommittee's recommendation and guide discussion.
Thank you. I realized I'm not on Zoom. Sorry. Cool. Is that better? Okay. Thank you. What am I doing wrong? Okay. Is that better? Okay. Thank you. I first appreciate the work of the department and those on our committee, Ms. Chambers and Ms. Newton, as this was a long and very difficult process that required a lot of thought and wisdom. And both of my committee members have a lot of that, and I appreciate their work on that. As Ivy stated, this was a request for proposal for a 5-year contract with an annual review, and 8 vendors submitted proposals. 1 was disqualified, so we thoroughly reviewed 7 applications, and then our committee met after independently reviewing the applications and ranking them on a rubric. We compared our rubrics, and from that, the 2 top-rated vendors were we had 2 top-rated vendors. We submitted questions to those vendors, and they submitted back videos to us. There was no process for interview in this because that was not written into the RFP, but we were able to get some feedback and some clarifications on their applications. Those 2 applications were sent to you all to review, and today it's my understanding that they are here if we have questions in this process. Like I said, the applications were excellent. They, from all the vendors, but particularly our top ones, really showed the commitment to learning in our state, and we were very impressed with that. After all of this, our committee met again this morning with our recommendation. Today we're going to provide you a recommendation and then open it up to discussion and questions from either us or the vendors. That being said, our recommendation is to move forward with the Arkansas Public School Resource Center proposal for the Arkansas Leadership Academy. We felt that this proposal presents a personalized approach to teacher and principal development, with our vision for the state being student-focused. We feel that the proposal moves towards that way and will directly impact student learning and growth. We felt that the proposal is accessible for more teachers and principals across the state, as one of the components of it is an ALA REACH program where they will provide development for many teachers across the state. Additionally, it creates an opportunity for school teams to work together throughout the process to really effectuate growth when all teachers, principals, superintendents, and school board members are working together. We were impressed with that approach and the different pathways for each of those individuals along there. We are also struck by the approach to include schools of all levels and focus on diversity across the state. I think those were, and Ms. Newton might want to chime in, but those were our major points we pulled out this morning. But do now want to open up the floor for discussion and questions.
We'll begin with Mr. Sutton. No questions. Mr. Lucadew.
And this may be, I don't know who this question should go to, but like in that you mentioned ALA Reach, it talked a lot about the use of virtual webinars as part of that, and like how much are they considering it to be virtual and online, and just the quality? I guess I'm not concerned about the quality of that, but I guess maybe a little bit, just because we know that learning is tough virtually, and whether that's students or adults, and so how much of that are they planning to do virtually?
That the groups, vendors are here, so it might be better for them to answer these specific kinds of questions rather than us, I think.
I believe they are here in a room, so if you have questions for anyone specifically.
Those, I think, we've got the gist of the application, but when you go into specifics like that, I think that it might be better for them to give their vision rather than us trying to speak for them.
I would agree. So,
We can wait on that, or
okay.
however, that's fine.
Okay. Here we are.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Key. I'm Carrie White. I am speaking today on behalf of the application from APSRC and our partnership with Arkansas State University and University of Oklahoma Edgitas. So I believe the question as we were walking down is about the percentage of time being virtual versus face-to-face. And you are correct, virtual learning can be a challenge. However, I want to commend you for banking as a board, demonstrating how that can be done well. We all three partners have extensive experience doing virtual learning, particularly in the adult learning space, in a way that really capitalizes on adult learning principles while also personalizing instruction. So what we submitted is we estimate that it'll be somewhere around 40% face-to-face, 60% virtual. However, each of the programs and initiatives, including the different offerings through ALA Reach, will vary based most importantly on the content being delivered, but also on the individuals who are participating, where they're located, what their schedules are like, and then on their personal goals and desires for being a part of the program.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mr. Lucadew?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Dr. Moore?
I think our committee did have some questions that we would like here answered. So as we were looking at the programs, particularly the Master Principal program, we noticed that your plan is to do a phased approach where there's 3 different phases. Is there a timeline for that approach? What does that look like, if y'all could go into more detail there?
Yeah, great question. So again, with the focus being on personalization of instruction, as I'm sure we're all aware, in personalized learning, mastery of content is the constant and time is the variable. And so we know that the participants will vary in how much time it takes them to master that content. We estimate that for the majority, it'll be somewhere in that 9 months to a year per phase. But I almost hate to say that out loud, because as soon as I do, someone's going to show up on the first day being able to demonstrate mastery and a whole bunch of information and be able to pop right into another piece of the process.
Okay. With that, will members still be in some sort of cohort? There's a trade-off when you're doing that individualized learning.
Yeah, great question. So, yes, the intent is to begin each cohort at the same time with approximately 40 participants onboarding every time we bring in a new cohort, so about one cohort a year. Again, knowing that they may have some things that they'll differ in their timing. There are some things that are core content that they all need to learn, and they're going to learn best in collaboration with one another, not being siloed. And so there will be some activities that will be what all of them do as part of a cohort, particularly in those early days in building trust and putting that culture in place so that they can learn together well.
As a part of that, we noticed that y'all relied on research from high reliability schools, and some of that training will be embedded. Will they be getting a certification through that?
Depending on the goals of the individuals or team, so master principal would be individuals, but some of the other projects could be team-based. So it would depend on what their goals are and what they want to do, what they want to pursue, and to the degree they want to pursue it. But they will all be demonstrating mastery. In order to get that master principal program designation, they will have to demonstrate mastery in being able to lead a professional learning community that's based on the tenets of high reliability schools.
I think one thing that I can speak for the committee, we were all very invested in superintendent and school board training, and wanted to hear a little bit more in depth of that part and what that will look like from you all.
Sure. We believe that one of the keys to high quality systemic change is that no one is learning in isolation. So we don't want to do a superintendent workshop that's separate from how the superintendent is learning and doing with other members of a district team, including building level leaders and teacher leaders. So our desire is to have some offerings that would be very targeted for superintendents or other district leaders, some offerings that would be very targeted to school board members, but that would be within the context of a larger program that they're in, where they're learning alongside others who can bring different perspectives into that learning environment. So just like everyone who is a part of either ALA Reach or ALA Collaborative, they would be learning along with others. So I think that's probably, from an experiential point, one of the things that will be unique. So that they will be learning along with others from all of those different perspectives, but then having opportunities where superintendents collaborate with other superintendents and school board members collaborate with other school board members, because that role-alike learning is also important. So as they travel that kind of personalized learning journey with us, they'll have opportunities to be both in a diverse cohort as well as with others that have similar responsibilities.
Thank you. Those are the main questions I have, but I want to open it up to Wida too, as a part of our committee.
I think you covered all the questions that we had this morning, other than going back to the certification piece. You talked about the high reliability school. Is the high reliability teacher also, certification also part of that or not?
We would be more than happy to pursue that. We have not at the moment made arrangements for that certification, separate from the option for teachers to become lead professionals. That's where we had focused our attention for teacher leaders, but very open to pursuing that possibility. We want to work with you as a board, with the DESE staff, to make sure that the final product that we put forward is one that's designed in collaboration.
Okay. And then going back to the HRS school, I know that there is a cost involved for the schools if the principal or the district as a team that's their goal. Is the school responsible for that cost, or is that going to be part of ALA?
I am going to have to defer to the team, and seeing looks on their faces, that may be something that we need to come back to you on. Well, because again, it's personalized. We don't want to make the determination for the school. Budgets have been set in such a way that we can help support districts or schools or individuals in their goals, but I don't know that we've put a specific dollar value in for a specific number of schools or individuals to pursue high reliability certification.
The only thing I would add, Scott Smith with APSRC, is we did leave some amounts in the budget to work with organizations like High Reliability, and so there is some money available in those programs. We can look and see how we may be able to direct some of those dollars. So we did anticipate working maybe with some other parties. And then in addition to that, we may have the ability to request additional support if necessary to provide additional resources.
And I just realized that that's a pretty big expense for a school or a district, and if, I think each phase, if I'm not mistaken, is $2,000, so that would be, a big expense if.
Yeah, I don't know that we planned it directly as you're thinking, but, and there's a limit what's there, but it's something we certainly would be willing to look at.
Okay.
My question would be directed more towards, was it vendor C was the other option? Was there a distinguishing factor between the two that really just set one apart from the other, or was it a multitude of things?
Do you want to answer it? Okay. They were both excellent. Is that in this? We would go back and forth. This is good in this one, and this is good in that one, and so Dr. Moore brought out it wasn't an easy decision. It was a very difficult decision. I think one of the things that helped us move more toward this particular program was that it seemed that the focus was on the learning. And just like, in Arkansas, we've made a big effort toward making sure that all of our things that we're doing is student-focused. And this proposal really seemed to be educator-focused, where the other one seemed a little bit more like it was getting a certificate focus, if that makes sense. And so, the personalization, different teachers being able to go different routes, and then also the accessibility. Just in the REACH program, I don't think it would be intimidating for any teacher to go into that, but the teacher program over here with the other vendor C was going to require a 3-year commitment, and that might have been a little bit intimidating for some teachers. And so that was another factor that we talked about, that it felt more accessible for just a teacher that might be in a district that might be struggling and needed help. It might be in one particular area, and then say, well, I can go and do this. I won't feel like that I'm out of place, or sometimes when we need help, we don't want anybody else to know we need help. Does that make sense? And so they would feel like, I can do that. And then maybe when they get in there and say, well, I did that, maybe I can go on and do tier 2. And, and that's that growth process. And so I think that was my thinking. I don't want to speak for the group, but that was my thinking behind it.
I think that adds a lot of detail into how I opened up our recommendation. I would say too, because it's a difficult decision, this is over $1 million a year program. And so we did take into account number of teachers and principals served. And as we recognize, there's a trade-off between, quantity and quality and having that, but we want to see how the state can further their reach. And we felt this proposal would be able to do so without sacrificing quality in doing that.
Ms. Chambers, did you have anything to add to that? Do you have any comments or questions?
My fellow committee members said it beautifully. I really can't add to it, but very much support what they've said and the conclusion that was reached.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McFetrich, did you have any questions or comments?
I think I have a question. I know many of us are involved in these focus groups on having our brand new teachers day one ready. Is there any training available for those brand new teachers, or is that something the principals will know to do and then train those brand new teachers themselves? This seems to be a real concern, that the teachers may not be ready on day one.
Again, Carrie White, thank you for the question. So the focus generally of the ALA as we proposed it would not be on first year teachers. However, we see leadership potential in every educator, and we want to find ways to plug in even first year teachers on day one so that they feel confident and have that opportunity, as Ms. Newton was talking about, to grow over time. And so the ALA Reach is designed to be very accessible. We would love teachers on day one. We would love pre-service teachers, those who are considering becoming teachers, to participate in ALA Reach. The second part of the question is, how do administrators support new teachers? One of the key components of our approach is collective efficacy. What is the role of a leader in building the collective belief of all adults in the building that they can make significant instructional change that will have significant impact on students? So we will be providing very direct opportunities for principals to learn how to support brand new teachers, as well as teachers who maybe been around a while but need some new support, need another, I started to say shot in the arm, and then I just thought vaccines, another encouragement of I can make a difference in the lives of kids, and how do I do that? Through good, high-quality instructional practices. And so all of that will very much be a part of the instruction provided for administrators.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Yes, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Okay. Dr. Hill. Okay. Well, with that, we just need a vote.
Can I ask another question real quick?
Sure.
As far as like the timeline for all of this to occur, like what is that timeline look like? What does it look like for teachers or leaders currently in the middle of some of these programs? Like what is that?
Dr. Moore?
From the committee standpoint, so within each application, there was a plan for transition. The transition will be effective July, correct? July of this year, or of next year, 2021, and within there is a transition plan for moving from there. As we all know, with change comes challenges, so there'll certainly be challenges, and I expect the department to work alongside as those come up to ensure this is as smooth as possible. And like I said to begin with, this is a 5-year RFP, but there is an annual contract renewal, and so there will be points to revisit this. And as we talked about earlier, I'm not sure who will be best, and we can talk later, but I think it'll be great to have someone from our board be a more direct liaison over the years, so that throughout our board has a better understanding of what's going on with the program.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Just as asking Dr. Pfeffer, we have made this a very board-centric process with the committee. So I'll just let you know, we will read the proposals or the proposal and the winning vendor, work with them to make sure that anybody that's in the pipeline currently, that we do what we need to do to help that transition into the new system.
Well, if we
Can
have
I ask one more question?
Yes.
Where are the trainings going to be? Is this central area in the state, or do they do it all over the state?
For those that are not virtual, the trainings will be provided as close to the participants as possible. So with our partnership with APSRC and Arkansas State University, already we have access to many locations spread across the state, not just central Arkansas, but in all parts of the state. But we are looking forward to the opportunity to partner with others, educational cooperatives, school districts, other post-secondary institutions, other educational organizations, so that we can make sure that we get the services as close to those who choose to participate as possible, knowing that that has not always been the case, and that it is really hard for some educators to leave both work and families in order to participate in training opportunities. So we are thinking both about the length of time of training as well as location to make sure that everyone is able to participate regardless of other commitments.
Thank you. Well, with that in mind, any more questions? Any more discussion? Okay. First, before we even take a vote, I just want to take the time to thank our board members, Dr. Moore, Ms. Newton, Ms. Chambers. Thank you for the time and dedication and the expertise that you brought to the committee and making this decision and bringing recommendations. We appreciate all of your expertise and wisdom that you brought. And as Dr. Moore said, I realize it was a difficult process. And we appreciate you doing what you did, and the possible changes and improvements that may be brought to the next process. We definitely appreciate your feedback from this process. So I want to thank each one of you individually. And with that, I am ready for a motion to accept the recommendations from our committee for the Arkansas Leadership Academy RFP.
Can I make the motion?
Sure. I don't see why not.
Okay, I move to move forward with the RFP recommendation of the Arkansas Public School Resource Center.
Okay. Do I have
Second.
Okay. I have a motion by Dr. Moore to accept the recommendations, seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you all for your work. Dr. Pfeffer, thank you as well. ASPRC, thank you as well. Thank you all for joining us. Okay, and then we're moving on to item number 2, consideration of state board action under the Arkansas Educational Support and Accountability Act, ESSA. And that's dealing with Dollarway School District. We're going to start with Ms. Lori Freno.
Thank you, Ms. Cooksey. Lori Freno, Arkansas Department of Education. Under the Arkansas Educational Support and Accountability Act, if a school district is classified by the state board as being in need of level 5 intensive support and is placed under state authority and has not demonstrated within a 5-year period that it has met the exit criteria to exit the level 5 intensive support, by operational law, the school district must be annexed, consolidated, or reconstituted. On December 10th, 2015, the state board classified the Dollarway School District and assumed authority over the district. So today, 5 years from that date, the state board and division are to consider whether the district met the criteria to exit level 5 intensive support, and if not, whether the district should be annexed, consolidated, or reconstituted. And if there are no questions, I will turn the floor over to Secretary Key.
Secretary Key.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Coming up here so that everyone can see me and it's a little better when I'm up here rather than just being on the Zoom. I do have a statement that encompasses some background and ultimately the recommendation that we would give to you today. Today, the Dollarway School District has reached the end of the 5-year period that the Arkansas General Assembly had originally established in statute for the district to resolve the conditions that resulted in, under the old ACTAP system, academic distress. While that term is no longer relevant, the 5-year limit still applies, and this board is required to take action. On top of the deficiencies in the academic system that were prevalent in 2015, Dollarway also suffered from severe financial issues, which manifested themselves in audit findings, a declining fund balance, and ultimately the classification of the district as being in fiscal distress. One thing we must not forget is that 2015 was not the first time this board had to take action regarding Dollarway. And we must realize that multiple cycles of improper fiscal management or failure to meet academic standards, state enforcement action to remove local control, and a period of state control and the subsequent return of local control is not in the best interest of the students of any district. The division has recognized this, and we have taken significant steps to address this through legislative changes and by restructuring and strengthening our supports for struggling districts. Another critical difference today, compared with the previous periods of state action, is the budding renaissance that is occurring in Pine Bluff. Civic and community leaders in Pine Bluff are working harder than ever to revitalize the city. Significant economic investment is occurring from the public and private sectors. After years of divestment and decline, there is a new sense of hope and optimism in the city, and we have the opportunity to help spread that hope and optimism into the education realm. Under the leadership of Barbara Warren, Dollarway has made great strides. The district has made significant progress both fiscally and academically. Dollarway now has stronger financial management policies, practices, and procedures. Teachers have benefited from an improved salary schedule. Dollarway has right-sized its campus footprint to serve its student community better. The development of the professional learning community process in Dollarway has initiated the transformation of teaching and learning, and I confidently believe we would have seen the results of this progress in the ACT Aspire assessment last spring if the administration of ACT Aspire had not been canceled due to COVID-19. Despite the improvements that have been made, significant challenges remain. There are strong headwinds that face Dollarway if it continues to exist as an independent school district. One of the most significant is the ongoing declining enrollment, which directly impacts the fiscal condition of the district. The pandemic has only exacerbated this situation, and the impact of COVID-19 going into the next school year is very uncertain. In consideration of the current fiscal data and in acknowledgement of these challenges ahead, I'm unable to certify to you that the conditions that created fiscal distress have been resolved. Over the last several weeks, you have read reports and heard presentations on the academic system and a thorough analysis of the exit criteria. Those reports indicate a district that is improving, but not yet at a sustainable level of implementation of the elements necessary for long-term student success. More time and support is needed. The division is committed to providing the support, but under the current statute, we don't have a mechanism to extend the time for Dollarway. I therefore cannot certify to you that Dollarway has met the exit criteria has met the criteria to exit Level 5 support under the Arkansas Educational Support and Accountability Act. As I have told this body before, when you have faced difficult decisions regarding school districts, my obligation is to provide you with a recommendation that offers the best opportunity for long-term success of students. Today, my recommendation is for the annexation of the Dollarway School District into the Pine Bluff School District effective July 1st, 2021. As a unified district, the consolidation of operations will generate substantial financial savings, as has been presented to you in the work sessions. The academic improvement support provided by the division and the Office of Coordinated Support and Service can and will continue seamlessly, and I believe there will be a greater synergy in this work by having the education professionals from all campuses operating as one team. Based on your discussions in previous meetings, we would also propose specific elements for this process to address some of the concerns raised by stakeholders. We propose that during the remaining time of state authority over the Pine Bluff School District, no campuses of the combined district would be closed without express approval of the state board. This means the family atmosphere we saw mentioned repeatedly would not be removed, and next year the Cardinals and the Zebras will still exist and compete in sports and participate in interscholastic activities. We also propose the creation of a transition committee consisting of teachers and support staff from Dollarway and Pine Bluff to provide the staff and teacher voice to the process as we work with Mrs. Warren to align policies, salary schedules, staffing, and other vital components of district operation. I mentioned earlier the renaissance occurring in Pine Bluff. Not too many years ago, Jefferson County was a thriving center of education, banking, commerce, and agriculture. Pine Bluff was the second largest city in the state of Arkansas, and the education system was stellar. Sadly, that has not been the story of Pine Bluff and Jefferson County over the last 2 decades. Much of the foundation of the past preeminence is still there today, but we have been unable to see it. Like a person restoring an old home place where weeds, vines, and dirt have hidden what was once a great dwelling, Jefferson County has many dedicated individuals and groups working night and day, cutting back the weeds and vines, digging away the dirt, and solidifying the foundation of this once and future great community. Much attention is given to Saracen Casino, and no one can deny the impact that it will have on the community, but we must not ignore the steadfast contributions of UAPB and Southeast Arkansas College, the examples of public investment, like the new library and the aquatic center, and the frequent announcements of private investments in economic development. This unified district will result from the annexation, the unified district that will result from the annexation of Dollarway into the Pine Bluff School District can and will be a cornerstone of this revitalized foundation of the community. If you approve this action today, I commit to you the ongoing dedicated support of the Arkansas Department of Education for the success of this district, but most importantly, the success of its students. Stacy is here to answer any questions. Mrs. Warren has joined us to answer any questions, and obviously I would be happy to answer any questions that you have as well. Madam Chair, that concludes my statement.
Thank you, Secretary Key. We appreciate all of the work that the department has done to support Dollarway, support Ms. Warren and Pine Bluff, and we appreciate the recommendations that you've offered. We want to welcome Ms. Warren, Ms. Whitmore, with that, we have Ms. Smith to answer any questions, so we'll start with Mr. Sutton. Actually, I'm sorry, before we do that, we have people that would like to comment from the Dollarway community, and so we need to vote to accept public comment for those who had not signed up before. So I'm ready for a motion to accept. Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Newton. Do I have a second? Seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. So Ms. Freno went to go get Dollarway community members that have come to give public comment. And while we're waiting on them, I just wanted to say I enjoyed my visit to Dollarway, enjoyed speaking with administrators and teachers and community members. They definitely have that culture of family. That's what resonated with me as I visited, and just such a relaxed environment and people who care about their community. a lot of the people that I met, I kept hearing, well, I actually grew up here and I came back. And that's one thing that I love to hear is home. It's people who love their community, went out, got education, and then came back home to, like he said, to weed whack and to pull those weeds and work on that foundation. So I was glad to see so many people that are homegrown and members of the Dalloway and Pine Bluff community that have come back to put the work in to get things where they need to be. So thanks to Ms. Warren's leadership, to allowing her building leaders to have the freedom to put the work in like they needed to and bring in teachers that brought in a fresh perspective. I saw new teachers that were 2 years old, 2 years into being there at Dalloway with teachers that had been there for 30 years in the community. So it was great to see that synergy of that institutional knowledge and that fresh new perspective coming in. And I think with that, we've got a great combination for progress to be made. So with that, I see that we have our public comment members here. So the first one that I have here is Ryan Watley from the Go Forward Pine Bluff.
Good afternoon, State Board members.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. As Chairwoman said, I'm Ryan Watley. I'm CEO of Go Forward Pine Bluff, and you all will recall that Go Forward Pine Bluff was asked by the Pine Bluff NAACP to conduct a study concerning school consolidation. One of the main questions posed to the community and the internal committee was if the school districts could continue to operate independently and provide a quality, competitive education. Survey responses that we received align with the research that vehemently said they cannot. Subsequently, comprehensive research-based action items are being presented to address the inadequacies and inefficiencies, and more importantly, the inequalities in the school system across Pine Bluff. The inequalities stunt the academic and social growth of students each day. For example, the data shows that 62%, 32%, and 13% of uncertified teachers in Dalloway, Pine Bluff, and Washington Chapel, respectively. The conditions of many facilities are deplorable. Simply compare our facilities with those across the state and you will begin to understand immediately what I mean. Further, Coach Hill, Dalloway does not have a track, a baseball field, nor an indoor facility. Meanwhile, just across the block, Pine Bluff has an indoor facility, plays in a semi-pro baseball stadium. Washington Chapel has an indoor football field, turf football, and soccer fields. One may think the answer is close Dalloway. However, that would result in grave economic and social consequences. Many of the action items to address some of the inequalities were suggested in our preliminary report and are being advanced through the community. Also, there seems to be a misnomer that there's no one interested or available to serve on an advisory board, or that people need to be trained. While I understand the actions of past school board members have contributed to some of the decline, I refute that idea because our community is filled with professionals, corporate leaders in education, finance, government, healthcare, and we have two institutions of higher education, as Commissioner Key mentioned. The fact that West Ed community participation sessions were subpar is evidence that there needs to be a local advisory transition team, again, as Commissioner Key mentioned. I ask you today to make unapologetic decisions as if your child or grandchild was attending school in Pine Bluff. I urge you to provide intentional direction that gives students the best opportunity to be successful in life. The conditions are severe in all 3 districts in Pine Bluff. We need you to establish a team of local innovative leadership to rebrand the education system, whereby it provides for those who cannot choose other districts and be the choice of parents that can. We ultimately need reforms that are organic to the needs and desires of the community. This cannot be accomplished without community voices and a team of dedicated implementation of those changes. Lastly, if I may, Chairwoman, everything that Pine Bluff is doing hinges on the progression of our schools. We cannot afford to come back in this room 3 years later and talk about consolidation and annexation of Pine Bluff. We must make the tough decisions today, and that takes a team. Annexation appears to be what's on the table today, but I ask you to consider many of the research-based reforms being advanced through the community. Annexation, consolidation, reconstitution does not work without a plan. GFPB and many community leaders stand ready to work with you. Thank you. Unless you had any questions.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Wadley?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Martavius Proctor with DSD alumni, graduate of Dalloway School District. Welcome, Mr. Proctor.
All right, good afternoon, Board.
I'm sorry, you have 3 minutes. I did not state that earlier. You do have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Martavius Proctor. Please bear with me. This is my first time doing anything like this. I am a 2019 graduate of Dalloway High School. How you doing, Ms. Warren? Commissioner, Madam Chair. I need to remind the board when making the decision that Dalloway has been through so much in the past, not only bad, but however good as it relates to history. I'm going to remind everyone of Dove versus Parham. If you don't know what that is, it was a federal desegregation lawsuit filed in 1959 on behalf of 3 African-American students that wanted to transfer into Dalloway High School. Mr. Dove, he filed that lawsuit several times because it denied in court. However, that last time in 1960, it was approved, not only for those 3 students, but it was approved for the desegregation and the act of basically combining black and white for blacks to attend Dalloway High School. In 2004, Arkansas lawmakers forced consolidation on small districts, pledging to merge administrative functions but keep schools open, which I believe is one of the options here. According to the Arkansas Rural Community Alliance in 2015, 98 schools have been closed. Closing of schools lead to not only a decrease in population, but it also decline in professional jobs in that area. As you may know, Pine Bluff is it has a high crime rate. There's a lot of gang activity at any school that you may visit across the state, and Pine Bluff and Dalloway just happen to be 2 of those schools. There's a lot of bullying. In recent years, students brought guns to schools, which is a major safety issue. Am I correct? And I believe that consolidation or annexation of the Dalloway School District into the Pine Bluff School District would better the chance of it being a feud for rival gangs. Currently, the Pine Bluff School District is, there's a student there under investigation for raping. Who's to say that one of the children from the Dalloway School District, if consolidated, would be the next victim? So, we just want to prevent that, and that's all I have, unless you guys have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Proctor. Do we have any questions? Okay. Thank you so much for your time. And last we have Ms. Joni Alexander with the City of Pine Bluff. Welcome.
Hi.
You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Councilmember Joni Alexander with the City of Pine Bluff. And our positions have a bunch of similarities. We have to make tough decisions, and we don't have the luxury of a boardroom where you can have private conversations. It's open to the public, and that's why I rely very heavy on data. I'm very data-driven because it allows me to separate my emotions and personal affiliations, and it's measurable when you have the numbers. But the difference between our positions is that you're making a decision on districts that your children do not attend in a city that you do not live in.
And it has its pros and cons because on one side, you don't have to live in the aftermath of your decisions. But sometimes people are too close to the situation to make the best decisions, and that's why it's good to have an outside body to help you make the hard decisions. And so I want to get a better understanding on a few things, one being that since Dalloway has been under state control, after the 5 years, it has not progressed to the standard to be out of state control. Why would you allow that same administration to be over the Pine Bluff School District as well? I think both districts need hands-on people there to give attention to what's going on. And we all know that if you really get to the bottom of any problem, it's due to the lack of funding. I would ask that you all revisit the district boundary lines for the Dalloway School District to justify the tax dollars from Industrial Park, which is located in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, that all of its money goes to Whitehall School District, which is a city with a population of 5,000 versus Pine Bluff's population of 40+ thousand. I know a lot of you were not in this position when all of the things started with Dalloway School District, and if I had to give you any advice, I would say don't be soft on us, make the tough decisions, because the decisions you make today will have an impact on our greatest natural resource, which is our youth, and that is for better or for worse. And I look forward to collaborating with you all so that we can have more community collaboration. And I thank you all for giving us this time to voice our concerns and speak.
Sorry about that. I have also created a petition. I saw the survey that you guys sent out, but one of the concerns that I had about the survey, not everyone, as a witness, as I've been in the Dalloway district all my life, not all families have access to internet, and I feel as if the survey should have been communicated with that Dalloway community better than what it had been. And I created a petition, which it was online as well, and I've emailed the link to Commissioner Key, Madam Chair, and a few other board members, and I would just ask that you view that petition. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all for your public comment. We appreciate your time and your advocacy for your community. Yes, you're welcome to be excused. Oh, no, absolutely not. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to stay. Okay. So we also had, I think we had some emails that came in. I'm sure everyone was able to read those public comments. And like I said before, Dalloway advocates for its community. So we're glad to see that family and community engagement, and glad to see so many people from the city, and glad to see Mr. Watley from Go Forward as well, and a former student of Dalloway. So we appreciate your advocacy. With that, I'm just going to go around and see if there are any questions or comments or discussion. So I'll start with Mr. Sutton. Okay. Mr. Lookadoo. No? Dr. Moore.
Well,
I'm sorry.
The only thing I would say, thank you, Superintendent Warren, for allowing me to come and visit, and to Stacy Smith's, the work that they're doing, and Ms. Sheila Whitlow and Brent Miller, and you could just really see kind of, Madam Chair, what you're saying, just that family atmosphere. You could feel that. Mm-hmm. And you could also see it in the relationships that Ms. Whitlow and Mr. Miller has built with the teachers and administrators there, and I thought that was just a fantastic thing to see and witness, mm-hmm. And some of the good work that is happening. So I just wanted to say that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lookadoo. Dr. Moore.
Yes, I do have a few questions. So if this annexation were to move forward, I know that Dollarway is under fiscal distress. Pine Bluff, under what category did we? Is it fiscal or?
Ms. Smith? Ms. Stacy Smith?
So Pine Bluff is also under level 5, and they're also classified in fiscal distress as well.
Okay, so that I was thinking they were only academic, so but that fiscal support will continue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I was glad to hear the formation of a transition committee if this were to move forward. Could Commissioner Keir, you share a little bit more about that? Will community members be involved? And I think I talked about last time, just the importance of communication with families as this decision is made today and moving forward.
I'll take a stab because there'll be some people that I'm going to be very upset when I say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. You know, when we did this with Little Rock, that there was an advisory panel that existed, and you know, there were some good things and good recommendations that came from that, but there was also a lot of effort to continue to undo. And what we saw was an effort to undo the action of the state board for nearly 5 whole years. We need to make sure that this is a productive process, that this committee that we are envisioning here is so that from teacher voice and staff voice, so that as we merge the two sets of policies, salary schedules, all of those types of things, that from 2 separate districts into 1 district, that all of those potential issues are considered so that no one feels like that they're being overrun by the other, okay? And so that's the primary purpose of this. Now, as it relates to a broader community, you know, Mrs. Warren has talked to us and was very frank with us in the work session about you know, what she would envision. And I would say that while we might not immediately, and I would not recommend we immediately create a formal type of group, whether it be an appointed board or advisory board or anything like that, but I think there are, as Dr. Watley you know, has raised, Mayor Washington has talked to me several times about this, there is a desire for community input in the process. There will be a place for that, but for the sake of the staff members of both districts, the first priority has to be getting it right. If y'all move forward with this, getting right the internal policies and procedures, rules, regs, all of those things that a district needs to move forward. When we get that right, then we can start talking about the broader picture of community involvement, what the Pine Bluff district looks like moving forward, the governance issues surrounding that. And so that's kind of a little bit, from my perspective, an explanation of what we are recommending, is that it simply focuses right now on the operations of the school district.
Thank you.
Ms. Woods.
My one question would be Ms. Warren, from our working group session on December 1st, have you gotten any other feedback from the community, either Pine Bluff as the receiving district or Dollarway?
Hello all. No other formal. I have heard from different persons in the community that they do feel they didn't get as much of an opportunity to hear information and to share. And that has been something that I definitely look back on and think. But aside from anecdotal information, I don't have anything formal. And it's been kind of a variety of different things. There's an expectation, of course, that something is going to happen. There's been a lot of encouragement that whatever does happen, we're here for you. And so we hear a lot of very positive things when people give opportunity to embrace the district. We're hearing that whatever come up way, we're going to do that. I want to say something, if it's okay, just in case I'm not asked to be back up. So Martavius is an example of a product of the Dollar School District, and he is not just active today. I mean, he's just always been active, and we've communicated on some different occasions. And if he has some thoughts or opinions, he's going to share. You know, from the Alzheimer community, he's a representative of the type of young people that we have in the greater Pine Bluff community at large. And so I'm just proud of you. I'm really happy that you're here. Should have expected it, of course, but just in case I didn't get to say that, I honor you because you're actually speaking a whole lot louder than any other efforts and anything else we've been able to put on paper. So thank you. I hope that answered your question.
And I don't want anything, I definitely don't want to leave this conversation today with anybody without saying, you know, my mother-in-law and her 5 siblings are all graduates of Delaware High School from the 60s and 70s, and I didn't know that until very, very recently. So this has hit home for me in a special way.
Thank you for sharing.
Okay. Ms. Chambers, do you have any questions or comments?
Just an observation. I certainly appreciate Secretary Key's opening comments and his response to Dr. Moore's questions. Without a doubt, this is hard. But if you look at the facts, at least my own opinion is annexation is the right answer. The thing that I would ask of the communities, as human beings, we all, whether you're talking about teams that you pick or children that you raise or communities you live in, we all believe our children are the most beautiful. It's a good instinct. It's the thing that makes a kid feel like they belong and that they can be their best. And I would just ask, as we go through this, whatever the solution is that we just cast a wider net in how we define our children so that we're looking out for the best. And I do think so much of everything that's been said is about that. And it's just how do we go about it? And so Secretary Key, I do think, as you've said repeatedly, I think it'll be so important how we bring the communities together on these topics so that they can bring their voice and their knowledge about what's best for their kids and their community, because that's how we'll land on the right solution, the one that's best for everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. Ms. McFetridge.
Yes, ma'am. I can't thank Dr. Warren enough for all of her work, all of her effort, all the love that we see that she has for these beautiful children. I just want to make sure that you have all the support and help from Ms. Smith, and I have great confidence in Ms. Smith in helping bring the district forward. I also believe that annexation is the best, because I really do believe it's going to bring all children more opportunities. And I appreciate that so much, because that's what we're looking at, children's education and their opportunities for them to be successful. And I believe that annexation is the best answer at this point. So again, thank you, Dr. Warren. I do appreciate all of your work.
Thank you, Ms. McFetridge. Ms. Newton.
You know, this is another decision that's been difficult to make, because, you know, I think most of you know that my heart is always with small schools and staff and students and teachers, but I want to express first my appreciation to Ms. Warren and the staff at Dollarway, and then also to the people here at the department, because even though this was a difficult process, you have provided us, as you said a while ago, data that helps us make the decision, and hopefully we are making a wise decision, and I really feel that we are taking everything into account. But I think most of all what we're trying to do is to make the best decision for the students of Dollarway. when we put them at the center of any decision that we make, we are, you know, there are going to be some hard times. Transition is always hard. Change is always hard. But I think this decision that we are talking about today is going to bring some positive opportunities for the students in that area. And, you know, we're talking about decisions that are going to impact them for a lifetime, you know, and can make a lifetime difference for a child. Just as we heard earlier today, how one teacher made a difference in the lives of so many students. This same decision, I think, can impact students in the same way and provide for them opportunities that right now they may not even dream are possible. But I think this decision will make that possible. And again, I offer my support to you, Ms. Warren, and to the staff and students of Dollaway and Pine Bluff. If there's anything that I can ever do to support you, I'm willing to do what you need. And when you're ready, Madam Chair, I do have a motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, Dr. Hill.
Yeah, I just want to commend the young man. What was his name? What was his name?
Martin.
I appreciate you coming up and speaking your heart and being a product of the community. And I think anytime that you're trying to elevate a community, you know, at the core of it is education. You talked about the crime. You know, a dropout will drop in somewhere. And we're seeing, you know, we think it's out of sight, out of mind. And I think as of Sunday, it's 24 homicides in Pine Bluff, and talking about being safe and education and equity is a huge part of that. And as you mentioned, extracurricular activities to make sure that everybody has equal opportunity to pursue themselves is at the heart of the decisions. But I also know when you elevate the bottom, everybody rises. And I'm excited to know that that's where we're targeting, to make sure that everybody's uplifted and nobody's left out. And I think with that, maybe 25 years from now, when we come back, we'll see this as a strategic decision, which was transformational in the educational process to help those have an opportunity of what the United States of America is supposed to be.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. We have no further questions or comments. I'd just like to just add something. I echo what all of my colleagues have said as far as what our focus is here on this board. And our focus is ensuring that the students of Dollaway and Pine Bluff get the opportunities to be the best that they can be. And that means we have to make hard decisions. But thankfully, because of the department, and we appreciate West Ed coming in as a third party and offering us even more data, objective data, we can make that decision for what's best for our students in Dollaway. There were a couple of things that I wanted to just highlight that I believe Ms. Alexander pointed out, and if someone can speak to that, I'd appreciate it. But I think it's wise to point these things out and just kind of address them. One was the administration that's there in Pine Bluff and Dollaway right now, and ensuring that they have support and not to be, you know, just left on their own to pick up the pieces and put things back where they need to be. Could you kind of elaborate on the support that will be received if the board votes for annexation, what that looks like in the future, what that support, not just as far as staff and knowledge, but even financially, what that will look like, please?
Yes, ma'am. So, Stacy Smith. One thing that's real important is the OCSS team has a dedicated staff that is dedicated to Pine Bluff and Dollaway at this point. So Ms. Sheila Whitlow, who is our Assistant State Superintendent, is assigned to those districts. Mm-hmm. She is on campus at least 3 days a week, directly supporting administration, including Ms. Warren, within the district. I remember when Miss Warden said, what is she going to do here for 3 days? She was asking me that. And I said, Miss Warden, I need you to look at Sheila Whitlow as she is an extension of your arms. There are lots of things that are in system failure within the district, and you kind of addressed some of those earlier, the things that have to be addressed. And there's only so many people to be able to do those. So Sheila is an extension of that. We have principal leadership staff, so Brent Miller and Rocky Malone, both are experienced and recognized former administrators. They're in the district working directly with the principals of both districts. We have Dr. Watson, who is also on our staff, who is a behavioral specialist who's working directly within the schools on creating positive behavioral intervention supports. We have Julie Almstadt, who is our special education director for the state, who is also working directly in the district. She will play a key role in trying to consolidate the services of special education and dyslexia services and making sure those needs are met. Jennifer Barbary is another assistant state superintendent. She also works in the district. She's about once a week, and she's focusing more on the curriculum aspects. I'm sure I'm leaving somebody out. We have our financial office, who is also working on site. Donna is on site probably 2 days a week. I know at least a day in Dollarway and a day at Pine Bluff. We'll bring that, instead of having 2 different financial offices, we're going to start bringing them together. So this next 6 months, that transition committee, it is so important and key to making sure that all those decision points are made. When we were talking about who, and one of you asked about who would be on that committee, Dr. Moore, I think that might have been you. Earlier this week, I got to Zoom with AEA members from Pine Bluff and Dollarway, and there were about 22 on the Zoom, and I appreciate AEA setting that up. And that idea of communication and the fear on jobs and what's going to happen, that's why it's so important for that transition committee to be made up of members from both those districts, including members from their PPC, so that they have a voice, but then they also take a leadership role in communicating it back out to their peers. So that's an important aspect of it. So the OCSS team will be there. The co-op has already reached out directly to say, hey, how can we support? But I think the bigger conversation that I think both of these speakers actually kind of addressed, it's what happens after 6 months. We can't stop after 6 months. And it's not just about keeping the Pine Bluff School District at status quo so that we're not back here in 2 years talking about what's next. What we do after 6 months and the plan that we make with the community, that's where these 2 speakers today are what they're talking about is what's next. And how does that pull all those folks together with the school? And that to me is the most exciting time. We want the Dollarway schools to remain open and vibrant and folks to learn. We want the things that Pine Bluff has for Dollarway students to have access to, and the things that Pine Bluff has, or vice versa. I know I just messed that up. I was going good too, man. Anyway, there is support, but the real action, in my opinion, we got to get the first 6 months right, and then after that, it's what are we working towards?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Ms. Smith, for that. And that's really where my heart is the people that live there, the community, Ms. Alexander, Watley, Mr. Proctor, the people that live in this community as well, the parents. I implore the community, I implore the parents to be as involved as possible in this process in moving Pine Bluff and Dollarway forward. Mr. Proctor is a prime example of what we need. We need students. We need that student voice. We need alumni, I guess, in this case, because you've graduated. But we need that student voice as well. We need the parents to be as engaged as possible. We need innovative ideas and ways for our parents and our community members to be involved if they can't be involved in, like you mentioned, as far as connectivity, as far as our computers and technology. Let's think of some ideas how we can get our members there and involved who don't have access to technology. Maybe there's a way that we can get them connected. But the thing is going to be is it's got to be teamwork. It's got to be all of us working together. Definitely our parents and our community leaders, our faith leaders. We need all hands on deck in this situation to bring Dalloway and Pine Bluff to the full potential that we know is possible. One more thing that I wanted to just touch on briefly that I heard that was mentioned was revisiting the boundary lines. We've talked about that before, and that is something that we should be looking forward to in the near future, if I'm not mistaken. No, we're not. Okay.
Report on the boundary lines and looking at the history show clearly that these boundary lines that exist today were not impacted by anything. They existed before the industrial park was ever created, and so the boundaries of the Watson Chapel, Dollarway, Pine Bluff, and Whitehall, there have been modifications, but those modifications go all the way back to where there were the districts were classified by numbers, and so you had unnamed districts, and those old districts were apportioned out even before the industrial park. So we thoroughly vetted the history of that with Arkansas Geographic Information Systems. They provided several maps. We went back and looked. So we don't have any plans to bring anything like that to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for addressing that issue. So with that, we have the recommendation of the department. We've heard from board members, we've heard from community members, and if there's no other discussion or questions, then we'll move forward with a motion, and I believe Ms. Newton has a motion already ready.
I move that effective July 1, 2021, the Dalloway School District will be annexed to the Pine Bluff School District, and the Dalloway School District will be dissolved because the conditions for annexation have been met, including the annexation is in the best interest of the Dalloway School District based upon the district's failure to meet the requirements to exit Level 5 intensive support pursuant to the Arkansas Educational Support and Accountability Act. The annexation is in the best interest of the Dalloway School District based upon the district's failure to meet physical distress requirements pursuant to the Arkansas Physical Assessment and Accountability Program, and the annexation will not hamper, delay, or in any way negatively affect the desegregation efforts of a school district or districts in the state of Arkansas. Additionally, the name of the receiving district will remain the Pine Bluff School District. The district will have one superintendent. The closure of any school within the district boundary of either the affected Dalloway School District or receiving Pine Bluff School District must be approved by this board for the duration of the time that the Pine Bluff School District remains under state authority. And the division will create a transition committee with personnel from both the receiving Pine Bluff School District and affected Dalloway School District that will provide feedback and assist in the communication efforts to the district employees and the community.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. With that, do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Sutton. And so we are going to do a roll call, if I'm not mistaken, on this one.
I have to get the new voting sheets with our new vice chair properly designated on here. All right, on the motion, calling the roll. Dr. Moore? Yes. Mr. Sutton?
Yes.
Ms. McFetridge?
Yes.
Ms. Woods? Yes. Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
7 yeas, 0 nays.
7 yeas, 0 nays. The motion passes unanimously. So with this decision, as Commissioner Key and the department has laid out, this is sort of like triage right now. We're just going to focus on the necessities, the areas that need the most attention right now, and that's going to be our teachers, our administrators, just getting things internally in order. As I said earlier, I encourage our students, the students in Dollarway and Pine Bluff, the parents, community members, faith leaders, to stay engaged in this process. This is only the beginning of a new change, and with change comes challenges, but it also comes opportunities. So I just ask everyone to keep their eyes and ears open and think of new innovative ideas. Ms. Warren has some great ideas and plans, and if there's anyone else that has input that can help the community, please feel free to bring that information. But just remember that this is a team effort and we're in it all together. And if there's anything that we can do, I'll definitely be back to Pine Bluff and Dollarway community. I enjoyed my visit and I definitely would like to do it again. So with that, I don't think we have any other comments. We have any other comments or questions or discussion? Okay, so we will pause and I will allow you to get your mic. So I'm having a moment. So let's just take a 5-minute break. Let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for your input, and thanks everyone for helping out. Okay. All right, we're going to get started, get back on our agenda. Now we are at new business, so do we have, wait on Ms. Newton, no problem. Do we have any new business to add? Okay, so if we don't, then we'll move forward. We've already heard public comment. Move forward with reports, and we'll start with Commissioner's report. Commissioner, Secretary Key.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I mentioned earlier, and I'll just say it again, that next month we plan, as part of the Commissioner's report, to bring you a complete review of the legislative package for the division. At that point in time, the governor will probably have announced whatever his legislative package and whatever education components, if there's anything besides the computer science initiative, which I anticipate there will be, but we'll discuss that with you then and make sure you have the opportunity to answer any questions of the team. Today, I asked Ms. Kaufman to come. Actually, I think she asked me if she could come. And there are a number of developments regarding ESSA and accountability. She has made this presentation to Ms. Newton and to our ESSA steering committee and that group. And we want you all to know what these developments are and how that impacts our students and our schools. So with your permission, I'll ask Ms. Kaufman to come and visit with you today.
Ms. Kaufman, glad to have you today. Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for this opportunity.
You're welcome.
Let me share my screen with you. This presentation is posted on your agenda. And as Secretary Key said, we did present this to the ESSA steering committee, and I've been presenting it to many different groups for feedback. But as you know, we do have an Arkansas-approved ESSA plan, and that ESSA plan is posted on our website for everyone to see. In that ESSA plan, we did have this calendar, so I think it's important that people know the dates. And one of the things you'll notice as you look across the top of this, I've stopped using school years. I was confusing myself. It was too hard to keep up with, so I've just posted the year the data would come out. So when you look at 2020, the plan was that we would have had 2020 data, that would have been the opportunity for schools to exit, and then in 2021 we would have done our next identification cycle under the federal accountability component. With the impact of COVID-19 and the waivers that we were provided by the U.S. Department of Ed, that in essence, we moved everything forward 1 year. So on this slide, you see that we moved that. We still had reporting requirements. So we still calculated graduation rate for 2020. We're right in the middle of that process right now. Corrections windows have closed. We're going through all the special corrections and working on that 2020 graduation rate. The 2020 graduation rate is one of the items that we are still required to report on the school report card. So when the school report card comes out next winter or early winter, sometime after the first of the year, it'll be missing a lot of components because we did not assess in the spring of 2020. But it will have, there are still required components. And if you recall on our document that we provided on the impact of COVID-19, that was one of the components that we spelled out, which items were waived on the report card, which items were not. So the thing about graduation rate is it's a lagging data point in our ESSA school index. So when we report the 2020 graduation rates, you'll be able to see the data that's going into the 21 ESSA School Index. So you get a good preview of that data. But what this did by shifting the year is it moves our exit opportunity to the 21 data. So by testing in spring of 2021, then we'll be able to calculate the ESSA School Index and begin exiting some of our schools. And just to give you an idea of how important that is, we are required to identify the lowest performing 5% of schools, Title I schools in Arkansas. So that means every year we identify somewhere 40, 41, 42 schools, depending on the number of school districts, or depending on the number of Title I eligible schools. And then they have to meet their exit criteria 2 years in a row. So in 2019, based on 2019 data, 31 of the 41 identified schools met their first year of exit criteria. How exciting. So that puts 31 of them in the opportunity to exit with 2021 data. Then that also shifts our identifications timeline to 2022. Now, this is how we stand at this moment, right? So barring any other unforeseen things like a pandemic or something, hurricanes, any of those kind of things, that's kind of our new timeline. The positive here is that our schools that were identified as eligible for 1003 funds, those districts that had schools in need of comprehensive support, or districts that had both in need of comprehensive support and in need of additional targeted support, received 1003 funds. And so we were able to just keep funding those schools, which is giving them a stronger foundation for the opportunity to exit. So this is where we are today. We have our schools open. We have kids coming to school. Our teachers have been amazing. Our administrators have been amazing, trying to figure out every way possible to educate our students. Our parents have been amazing, trying to provide support to students. So our plan is to assess in spring of 2021. We have a plan for that. Our students will come on site to assess. Our schools are trying to figure out all the accommodations. As Secretary Key said, I've been talking to a lot of groups. Every group has said, we want to test. We need this data. We need to know where we are. I've talked to teacher leader groups, curriculum groups, federal programs coordinators. I tried to talk to a good array of people, and everyone has said the exact same thing. They need the data to know how to make the best decisions for their students and their schools. As it looks right now, Dr. Arola has run every modeling that our technical advisory committee has requested, and plus more that they didn't request that we just thought we needed to know. And we believe that we can calculate the 2021 ESSA School Index in its entirety without modification. Now, that's going to give our schools an opportunity to exit based on the 21 data. It's going to allow us to continue to identify the persistently underperforming subgroups. And just to remind you, that's that group that has met some extended time of 3 years of underperformance, and we send them the hey letter, hey, you've got a subgroup you need to pay attention to. Put them in your school improvement plan and think about how you're serving those kids. And this allows us to fulfill our contract with the U.S. Department of Ed for the federal program funding. Also, it will allow us to rank order our schools according to the ESSA School Index, which goes along with the rules for providing rewards. So we were unable to provide rewards for 2020 because we didn't have any scores to rank. So having that ESSA School Index score will allow us to provide rewards for 2021. So I mentioned the contract with the U.S. Department of Ed, and I just wanted to kind of show you and give you a context of what does that really mean. And in total, this year alone, it's $371 million plus. That's what our contract, our approved ESSA plan, is our contract with the U.S. Department of Ed, and that's what it means to the students of Arkansas. So it's important that we uphold our contract with the U.S. Department of Ed. So just as a quick reminder, in our accountability system, in our approved ESSA plan, we wrote a plan to identify underperformance, to provide support to the LEAs, and to make sure that we were transparent and informing all stakeholders. And you know we do that through My School Info, when we post our ESSA School Index, our accountability at a glance, our report card. Those are all our methods for transparency in reporting to stakeholders. When we think about our accountability system, every component, every data metric that goes into that ESSA School Index must meet a valid, reliable, and comparable criteria. If it can't meet all three of those, it cannot be used. And so, as I said, Dr. Rolla has been running all types of tests on our data to know what we think will happen, what would the impact of all of that be, and these are the three things that we're constantly checking against this criteria. This is also what our technical advisory committee is checking us against to ensure that we have an accountability system that we can all trust in. So what I'm proposing to you and what I propose to the ESSA Steering Committee is that in our opportunity for a one-year addendum, we would apply for the addendum, and I've linked the draft addendum here. And in our addendum, we do not propose to change our long-term goals. We do not propose to shift those in any way. We need to know our real data and where we stand. And just as a reminder, those long-term goals are linked on the school report card. They're there for English language arts, math, graduation, and English learners. There's an example of kind of what it looks like in the chart over there, and you'll see 2020 is missing. But 2021, we would have that data. And we need to know where we are. We do not anticipate nor recommend any change to any of our indicators in the ESSA School Index, so I've marked those green. We think we're good to go. We do not recommend any change to meaningful differentiation, which means we believe that the stability of our accountability system is going to be fair across all demographics. We do not anticipate any change to the identifications of schools or the methodology to identify those. And we believe that we can exit schools based on our criteria that we have. The only thing that we will need to submit our addendum for at this time is under exit criteria, there is a place for the state to mark checkbox A to show that we will not be counting 2019, 2020 for schools in need of comprehensive support or schools in need of additional targeted support. So we feel confident about this information. This addendum has been posted on the commissioner memo and is on our ESSA webpage. We are seeking public comment through the month of December, and then we plan to submit this addendum to the U.S. Department of Ed prior to February 1st. Because it is a template, we expect the U.S. Department of Ed to approve that quickly. Also, something that came up very recently is an opportunity to once again apply for a waiver of Title IV, how Title IV funds can be used. It's, again, a template waiver available to us from the U.S. Department of Ed, and we have posted that out for public comment on our Commissioner Memo and on our ESSA page, and we will be accepting comments through December and hope to get that submitted early January so that our school districts can be utilizing their Title IV funds to best meet the needs of their students during COVID-19.
Happy to take any questions on that.
Mr. Sutton, do you have any questions? Okay. Mr. Lukadu?
Yeah, so you mentioned on-site testing, which I think is really important for the validity of the test and all of that. Do you see any struggle with, some districts that have so many that are virtual? Do you see that potentially being an issue? And again, hopefully in April, we're seeing some light by then, but what are your thoughts on that?
So the data point that we're watching is the 95% tested. So we have been in conversation with our school districts about that. Do you think kids will come on site to take the test? Our schools are making every accommodation possible to get kids in to test, to help parents feel comfortable with the safety measures that the school districts are taking. Time will tell, I think, is one of the things, but we would strongly encourage every parent to have conversations with their school districts and make the best plan for their child. Parents need to know how well their students are doing. They need to know if their child is excelling, growing, progressing, or if there is a learning loss. And they need to know that as quickly as possible because interventions need to be put in place. So overwhelmingly, we've heard from parents that they want the data, they want to know. So we're hopeful. We as a state have tested at 99% for some number of years. So for the state to drop to 95 would take a significant number of students not testing. Now, at a local level, that can be different, of course, depending on the situations in that area. But we're working on a communication plan to help people think through that, be comfortable with the idea. The other thing I would say is that most of our schools submitted a Ready for Learning plan this year at the beginning as a part of their district support plan, and in that plan they all stated that they would test on site, and so that's been out in the public with the Ready for Learning plans posted on their website since the beginning of school.
Ms. Kaufman, Dr. Arola talks over my head a lot, okay, but she did talk about specifically this 95% issue in our ESSA meeting, and she did a great job explaining it. But she has run multiple data sets along this, not just at the state level, but also at the district level, looking at the specific types of students that sometimes don't come for testing. And again, I don't get to the level of Dr. Arola, but the way she explained it is for those students that don't usually show up, or I guess not say it that way, that would be less likely to show up for testing. Even if they did not come, the districts most of them would still meet the 95% testing rate. And so as a state, even down to the district level, I don't think that was something that she was concerned about. And then she gave a great example, and I wish she was here to tell the story of how a district was able to accommodate specific students in working to make sure that the parents felt comfortable with that child coming on campus. And I think that goes back to what we've talked about all day long, even from this morning. getting to know your students, getting to know those relationships, getting to know those parents. You know, if they don't feel comfortable sending their child to school to be tested, why is that? And what accommodations would you need for me to be able to have you feel comfortable enough for your child to come in? You know, is it for them to come into a room with just them? Or what is it that needs to be done? And that's where districts and principals need to get to know their parents and each, you know, reach out to them and find out, you know, are you planning to come for testing? And if not, why not? And what can I do to make you feel more comfortable?
And I think to add to what Ms. Newton said, what we know from our projections is that it's most likely highly mobile high school students that are least likely to test. That goes down at elementary, it's lower. But once we know kind of who the target kids are, who are the ones most likely not to come in, as Ms. Newton said, the schools can begin their outreach programs and making plans to assist in getting the students on site. I just cannot stress enough how important having the data. I mean, from the very beginning of the pandemic, back in March, we would hear things like, oh, we're going to have lower test scores. We don't know. We need to know. What we're seeing in some of our interim assessments is kids are improving. Teachers have done a fabulous job meeting their needs, and kids are growing. Do we have some kids that are going to have great learning loss? Yes, we expect that. But we need to know. Parents need to know, and most importantly, students need us to know, so that as professionals, we make the best decisions.
I think another element that we need to consider too, Deb's right, feedback that we're getting is we're hearing of schools that where students are actually improving. We need to get the data so that we can then link back to did schools in preparation for this very odd school year spend more time than they typically do determining essential standards and doing that work and trying to simplify the way they deliver because they knew that there would be this mixture of on-site and off-site students. And in those settings, was that a driving force in improvement? Maybe, maybe not. But if we don't test, we'll never know. And so I think that's another element that really is critical to the assessment results will help us evaluate the effectiveness not of necessarily the instruction, but in the planning for the school year and setting up the systems for the delivery. So that's needed going into next school year.
I feel that school after this year probably won't ever look like it used to. And we need to know those things that work really well and those things that didn't work so well. And this is the only way that we'll figure those things out. And because, you know, as we as a state don't, you know, if we expect our kids to grow, then we as a state, as educators, we also need to grow and we need to learn from this. And sometimes to do that, we have to hear things that are not so pleasant and then have things that we can celebrate.
Right. I just want to also add to that. In my visit to Dollarway, talked with Ms. Prim, who's the principal at the high school, and just given the opportunity to brag on her. I think they have 51 students that come into the building every day out of 200 200 students. So that means 3/4 of their students are virtual learning. But she said very proudly that they had over 95% of their students show, I think 100% of their 9th graders that showed up. And just to speak to Ms. Weta Newton's point, they had to do some flexibility. They had some areas they had to be flexible with the students, but to the point of not just the principal, but the parents in Dollarway You know, they made arrangements, they did whatever they needed to do to make sure that their students made it to the building to get that testing done. And that's what's necessary and needed at this point, because as you said, that's so important to get that data to see where those students are, what's working, what's not working.
Can I join?
Yes, Ms. Pfeffer.
And everything you all are saying is, to me, so important that we had created a mechanism so that we could know, virtual students and separate out data for students who spent the year as a virtual learner, or virtual learners and the traditional on-site learners, and even those who are in a blended format. So that, like you said, it's going to really help us to understand what did work well, what is not working well. And then, as Secretary Key pointed out, the planning for next year can be so much stronger. But and districts are concerned that have high percentages of virtual learners, and I think what we need to do is really look at the data with those districts and start helping them plan out right now. What is assessment going to need to look like? And think through the strategies for that, because it will be difficult if 25% of your students learn virtually, and setting up the technology for them to come on site and to test and to schedule. So that's going to take a lot of thought with them. But I do have a lot of hope when this morning before Fort Smith left, I got to visit with them for just a minute, and they had a day last week where they brought in all of their students who have not been very engaged, or invited them to come in. It was their high school students, and I think over 75% of them showed up to come in for a day. And I don't remember what they're calling their strategy, but we're going to get back together next week and talk more about it. But when 75% of high school kids show up because they know they're not on track, and they know they're getting behind, and they know their school is working on solutions for them, that's pretty exciting. And so we talked about a few things that we can do, but we'll keep you updated on that.
Thank you, Ms. Pfeffer.
One other thing that I would add is, I know Ms. Dean is very interested in parent engagement, and I think we have seen a whole new level of parent engagement through this pandemic. And so the questions are, what do we learn from this?
Right.
How do we keep that flow going? And the other thing is, our schools are not only going to make changes for next school year, but they're going to be making long-range decisions. Do we want to offer a long-term digital learning option? What are the benefits? What are the negatives? What are the policies that we didn't think about ahead of time that we now need to put in place? And so this year has really been an awesome planning year for schools, because they've tried things, they had to change, they've learned what they missed. And they had to do it under great pressure, but they've done it, and they've done it quickly, and they're being really thoughtful in their reflection when we're having conversation with them.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Do we have any more? Let's see. Dr. Moore? I'm sorry.
Just along those lines, we don't require interim assessments, correct?
We require interim
We
assessments?
don't require
No.
interim assessments.
No.
Do we know, are districts allowing students to do interim assessments at home when they're doing them, or are they having them come in the building for those?
I think it depends on there are multiple assessments that they have out there, so I think it depends. Dr. Pfeffer may have
And I
more.
think all of the interim assessments can be done remotely or virtually. So I do think that it's depending on how it's being implemented in the district.
And remember, we expanded the K-2 assessments as part of Ready for Learning. We expanded that through grade 8 within those same vendors, so that there would be options available.
Do you all receive that data? Or is that stays at the local level?
That stays local.
Okay.
I think we can go into the portals, I believe, and Stacy had to go somewhere else. I think our assessment team can get into those portals, but it's not anything that we require unless we're called upon to provide technical support.
Yeah, and because of the differences in choices for those interims, it would be, you couldn't just go in and run a statewide report like you would if it was a single interim assessment.
And I can say, I could speak for Dalloway, and I spoke with Ms. Prim and Sheila Whitlow. I can't remember her last name for whatever reason. Ms. Whitlow, Dalloway was using their interim assessments. They were having everyone come in so that they can work out bugs and issues for when they had to do the summative assessment. So we see where districts are just using that as an opportunity to prepare and just, innovate and see what they need to do so that when it really counts, that summative, they can be fully prepared. So I thought that was really wise on their part. Okay. All right, we'll move on.
That is
Thank you.
all my report.
Okay, thank you. And then let's see. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Here's my, I think that's,
Item is adjournment.
it is, okay. All right, well, with that, Teacher of the Year. Okay, Teacher of the Year. Mr. Lookadoo.
I'll be fast since next was adjournment, so the pressure's on.
Well, I apologize, Joel. I was looking at the next one under mine, and I didn't see the one above mine. So.
I apologize. I didn't mean to overlook you earlier.
Oh, no, it's good. So, what I have here is just really, I wanted to highlight some people that I've been able to get out and see, and really it hit home this last month and a half or so as I've been getting into some schools. It's just the importance of developing the whole person, and we've witnessed that here today with Mr. Parkman, Ms. Post, our next Teacher of the Year, and just I think this year in all its craziness has definitely I think there are going to be some positive things, just like we just talked about, some of that parent engagement. How do we keep that going? Mm-hmm. And the momentum of developing the whole person. I think so often we think of these as we're either social emotional learning, developing the whole person, or academics. Right. Those aren't separate things. Right. They shouldn't be, even though they often are viewed that way. And I think we can merge these together. There's ways to do it, and so. Wanted to highlight a few. This is Christian Saavedra, and he's a Spanish teacher and the men's soccer coach at Rogers Heritage High School. And, just from I got to meet him and talk with him, and he was talking about his class, and, he was just seeing the mental health of his students just really, they were very worried about it. The students were worried about it. The students were worried about each other in all of this. And, some of the stuff they've done, and they ended up as a Spanish class really raising awareness about mental health within their school. They, had a project where they created hoodies, and it was about suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it was just a really neat thing getting to see how he's blending that right into his class. It's not separate time where it's like, oh, this is now we've got to worry about mental health. Now we're back to Spanish. It's how do we blend these things together? And so he was just a great example of seeing that in action. Brycia Williams in Wynn, he's a first grade teacher. And so I got to visit him, see an awesome phonics lesson, which, to be honest, I had no clue, what was happening. It's crazy the changes in reading instruction, and it's amazing. It was high energy. He was awesome, and then got to meet with some first grade teachers there. But he had this class pledge that his students would say, and it's right there in that bottom left corner. But I am amazing. I can do anything. I am worthy. I'm prepared to succeed. Now let's read, write, problem solve, and do our best. And it's such a small thing, but those things like where we are just saying it, seeing those first graders say it, not only say it, but believe it. you know, and it was becoming, you could just tell that was the culture of the class, and that they were going to achieve and do great things. And so, I mean, just that, we're developing the whole person, and right there. And Marcus Jones, principal at Paragould at Oak Grove Elementary, and he had created this system that is kind of like a reward system built on positive behavior. And they give out points, and they do these things for when they see kids, great things that they're doing. Teachers can give these points, and they can save up their points and get these different items that they've got. But he was talking, but the cool thing was when he was talking about it, he was saying, we're at the point now where students we're seeing behavior changes, we're seeing students do some amazing things, and it's not even for points anymore. It's just become what they do. And that's the kind of change. Those things then impact our academics. And so it's just so cool to see that from those three guys, and really appreciated them spending some time with me. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was I had the chance, a couple times, I've been to these Student Voice Institutes. And this is Dr. Blaine Alexander, actually with Arkansas Leadership Academy. And this is probably one of the neatest things I think I've really seen, because what they're doing is it's about how do we get students involved in the learning process and have their voice in it. And so often we do school to the students. And how do we incorporate their voice within it to promote that ownership, promote that, where they're truly engaged. And it was just so cool because these schools bring a team of students along with 2 adults. So there were 2 teachers, there were teams that had a teacher and a principal, and they're learning side by side together. And it's just the most fascinating thing to watch and see adults and students right there in the work together, seeing these students take the ownership. You can see them, they're up at the charts, they're leading discussions with adults, and it's not like students are taking over, but they're truly collaborating together. And just such a neat thing. And we actually got to do a podcast with some of the students there, and so we've got that. You can check that out, The Well-Rounded Educator. But it was just so cool hearing the students' perspective of what they're doing and how that develops their social skills, their communication, their leadership, and how they really want to take ownership in their academics too. And so I just wanted to highlight some of those things. And as I'm putting these together, I always think about what's my challenge as I move forward too. And I think the idea that developing the whole person is truly for all ages. I think we focus it so much at the elementary level. That's good, but it's so needed at the secondary level, and it's also needed for our adults. How are we training up our adults, developing the whole person for our teachers, for our administrators, and just keeping that in mind. So that's kind of where my mind is going, and so yeah, that's what I've got for you today.
Thank you. Appreciate that. It's always interesting to hear and see about the leaders in education that you have the opportunity to cross paths with while you're on this journey as Teacher of the Year. I love that you highlighted 3 male teachers. That's so important in a field that I think is probably dominated by female teachers. It's so good to see that there are men out there who are in the classrooms with our teachers, with our students, being those examples, identifiable examples that a young man or child can relate to, relatable and identifiable role model. And our young boys need that. They need to be able to see someone in the classroom every single day that looks like them and that can relate to them. And it was good to see that you went to visit Bryce Shoal Williams, which I think was one of our Teacher of the Year semifinalists from Wynn School District. So I was excited about that as well. So thank you so much for highlighting that and just really talking about the whole child, holistic approach to education, which should never end. Education should never end. It should be a lifelong pursuit. So thank you. Appreciate that. Okay.
Madam Chair, I do apologize. I do have another presentation that I didn't have on my printed copy, but it's
Okay.
on it's linked, and that's our DESE updates for December. And some of the information we've already talked about, but I would, if Dr. Pfeffer could come, there is some very important and noteworthy things in here that we want y'all to know about. So if y'all bear with us a little bit longer,
No problem.
Ivy can come and go over that information.
Dr. Pfeffer?
Okay. All right, thank you. And this one, it got loaded a little bit later than what I had planned. I've learned that I can't send files that are very large, and so today was the first day I got my tutoring on how to upload to the state board agenda, but now that I know how to do it myself, I don't have to fight with the technology to try to send the files, so it will be uploaded much sooner in the future. So as we've, kind of talked about with you all, what we want to do is just every month provide you with just information on some of the things that are going on and keeping it targeted to the work and the projects that align with our strategic plan. And so just going through the slides, and what I really hope is that if there's anything that you want more information about, those are things that you'll talk to us about and say, hey, can somebody next month talk a little more in depth about a certain thing, or just give you that awareness so that you're going to be able to highlight or to recognize something in schools. So as we've talked about, this week has been Computer Science Education Week, so it's been really, really great for our staff. And we're going to see if Dan can pull that up from the agenda. But if you're able to pull it up on, what I really want to do is look at slides 3 and 4 as part of the work in the Division of Career and Technical Education. Work-based learning has been an area of focus that they've moved to this year, and over the next 2 to 3 years, the division really wants to hone in more on the work-based learning and how it really aligns with the new Perkins 5 plan. As the Perkins 5 plan was being developed, we had to pick we had to pick measures that the state would be evaluated on in terms of attainment. And work-based learning was one of the options, and it wasn't one that was chosen in the plan for the state to be as part of the initial state evaluation. So, yeah, Dan, if you'll go into the third one. Sure. So as part of the plan, we focused on technical certifications, but the Division of Career and Technical Education really wanted to spend some time promoting and building up the work-based learning so that there would be more and more options for students with courses that would really align to the different pathways that are being expanded. And also, as students are participating in work-based learning, they still have the opportunities to engage in those technical certifications or those industry-recognized certifications. So one doesn't exclude the other in terms of really building out a robust experience so that students are really leaving K-12 more and more prepared. Okay. Dan, if you can go to slide number 7, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit because most of the other you have information you can read about, and we can bring the experts in. This is a celebration for an increase in the number of students who are earning that Arkansas Seal of Biliteracy. Since 2017, a total of 1,668 Arkansas students from 57 high schools around the state have attained this certification across 14 languages other than English. So this was endorsed in 2018 by the board. So if at some point you're interested in getting more information about that, I know Tricia would be happy to talk more about that. So that's definitely something to celebrate. And on the next slide, we are doing a work around math and a curriculum grant for development, and Dr. Tina Moore's team is leading that. And so you can see that a substantial amount of money has been committed already for school districts participating. So those are some exciting things that you may want to hear more about in the future. And on the next slide, we now have a nationally recognized celebrity with us, featured on TV last Sunday morning. And he and his other Teacher of the Year colleagues and several others at the department getting more and more recognition for that great work that was done back in the spring. So that's really, really exciting. And there's more information about all the recognition. So on slide 14, I'm just going to give a quick preview of this. And I don't remember the timing of this one, Secretary Key, the new DESE web portal that'll be launched in January. And so this is really exciting for all of us, and I think it's going to be exciting for everybody who has ever had to click more than 3 times, is that right? If you've ever had to click more than 3 times on a website, according to a Regent Sarkar, there's something wrong with your website. So we are going to make sure that that is corrected, and so we're looking forward to that new portal, and we'll let him walk us through that soon. But these next few slides, I think, are something you're going to be interested in, and we'll want Carly Saraceni's team to talk a little more about. But back in, was it 2017, when the legislation was passed to promote the career continuum and the different designations for licensure, and you all were part of that as far as approving the criteria, working with recommendations from the Professional Licensure Standards Board. But since then, we have had several different people that have earned the Master Teacher and Lead Teacher designations. There are 8 teachers with both designations. And what's really exciting is that this is the foundation for being able to, overtly recognize teachers, and there are different ways for them to earn those designations. And then we want to encourage those teachers who earn those designations not to just walk around with a license with a designation on it, but to be able to do something with it. So on the next slide, we have districts that are now adjusting their salary schedules to actually recognize these different designations, and in doing that, they are finding purposeful ways to utilize these educators. So a teacher with a Master Teacher designation probably is being used as a content specialist, as that someone who's really able to help build up the knowledge and the capacity around content areas. Lead teachers often are those that are helping to facilitate the adult learning, or in both cases, those teachers may be overseeing multiple classrooms and helping to build the capacity of a novice teacher, or maybe a teacher in training. And so you can see that we're making progress and increasing even this year in the percent of teachers receiving those designations. And let's see. And then those next slides just provide you with just a few more graphics in the end. The last 2 slides talk about the current pathways and ways that those can be attained. So just some pretty exciting work, and we are hopeful that even some legislation that will be coming is also going to support that and drive it even more quickly. So if you see anything here that you would like the team to provide more information on, please just let us know and we'll have them ready, because we want to make sure that we're providing you with information that is not just of interest but also helpful for you to get to see the ways that you support us, enable us to really do some pretty neat things here.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Pepper. Secretary Keith?
So that's it now. That time.
Okay, with that, if we have any more discussion, questions, anything? All hearts and minds clear. Okay, with that, we'll be adjourned. Thank you so much for your time today.